Hello everybody, and welcome back to the next episode of my Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. We are going to have no technical difficulties today, okay? I've decided. We got that all out of the way last week. This week, it's just all going to be hunky-dory. Nothing's going to go wrong. I'm recording, aren't I? Yeah, good. I'm in a very optimistic mood today. I'm feeling positive. So today we're going to be getting into my top 5 gang members in a bit more detail. And I kind of did loads of exploring up until last episode. I've done New Austin, I've done New Elizabeth, I've done a lot of, I can't remember what it's called, like the north part of New Hanover and the Heartlands. I've been told that there is some stuff around Mount Hagen, I think it's called, that I've not yet found. I was told about Mount Shaun as well, but that was before the episode where I found the giant skeleton went public, so I don't know if that was the Mount Shaun thing I haven't found. But Mount Hagen I want to go back to and explore because I feel like I've missed something. I'd like to do some bounty missions if I can. I'd like to check out that mysterious cabin in the swamp you guys keep on nudging me towards because I'm really curious now. And while I'm in the bayou for the old cabin or shack or whatever it is, I need to try and find some milkweed for Uncle and a skunk so that I can do his mission. So yeah, I've got a few things that if I don't get too distracted, I would like to get around to doing today, while I talk about, kind of in more detail about the remaining gang members. So let's do this. Just guessing, because I literally never have any idea what's going to happen in these playthroughs. I think I'll probably have 1 or 2 more episodes after this one. So not many left, and then I think I'll go back and do the low honour playthrough. And then I'm going to have to whip out Dark Jojo. It's not going to be easy. But I've done it before with like voice acting, and I play D&D a lot, so like sometimes I'll have to play like a more mean character, and it doesn't come naturally to me at all, but if I can really get into character, I actually find it kind of fun being like the baddie. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to try and like adopt that persona. I don't think I'll be able to do anything mean to animals. That's my line. I'm not capable of taking it that far. But yeah, I'm gonna try and find my mean side in the low on a playthrough if I can. Wish me luck when I get there. What a beautiful day. Blue sky, fluffy clouds. Okay. Hey, wifey.
All right, John Marston. Since you bought this millstone around our necks, we better try and keep this place going.
I paid our debts with that money. I
don't want to talk about that money. And no more of that...
It's over, Abigail.
I'm sure. Then get to work on this ranch you own and raising your boy.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you being sarcastic, John Marston?
Me? Never.
Good.
Anyway, I thought you liked this place.
No, John, I don't like it. I love it. It's home.
Oh my goodness, I also read in the comments recently what Abigail's story is, like where she's come from. And oh my gosh, now that hits so much harder when she says stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, you finally have a home, a place of your own that you can just live how you want.
I'll see you around.
Thanks, John.
She deserves so much happiness. I don't know if it was all in this game or if it's in Red Dead 1, but I can't believe how much of people's backstories I have just entirely missed. Like, you guys are telling me in the comments, so I now know a lot of them. But when I was doing like the character reviews, I'm like, I've got no idea where they came from. And then you guys are giving me this like absolutely beautiful, tragic sub story, like backstories in the comments, and I'm like, where was this in the game? I didn't hear any of this, but I do think right near the start I was kind of figuring out the game. I hadn't streamed or done anything like this in a long time, so yeah, I was very rusty. I was figuring out how to like do these videos, how to be in this game, and I think I skipped a lot of the camp conversations that were going on, especially in like the Horseshoe Overlook chapter. As the game went on, I got really good at hanging around camp and listening to people and like really trying to milk the interactions out of people. But yeah, I wonder if some of it, maybe that's why I've missed a lot of it. Right, that's Mount Shaun, we've done that. Mount Hagen. Okay, so I've checked Micah's hideout, but to be fair, I went all around Mount Shaun like twice, and I don't think I did that with this mountain, so let's go to here. And yeah, then we'll have a mosey around the mountain and see what I might have missed. And we don't have too much longer, so if there's anything that you think I have missed or might miss, or if I'm done with an area and I didn't find everything you wanted to see me find, do let me know. I can go back, I can make sure I get it in. I'm not really going to be doing so much of that in the replay when I do low honor, so now's the time if you want to get me to discover stuff. I want this to be as an inclusive inclusive a playthrough as possible. Yeah. But when I go back, it really will just be to see more of like the gang interactions and the story with renewed perspective. It's not going to be so much exploring the world and seeing all these cool little like Easter egg things. So yeah, now's the time, let me know. I'm a little bit worried that some people will find my channel during that playthrough. Like that will be the playthrough they discover my channel with, and they'll think that I'm just an asshole. Like they won't know I'm deliberately doing a low on a playthrough, or that's not me. Are sorry for my going away. What's that? But why? I mean, I like it. I just don't understand it. Why has someone nailed a bunch of pots and pans? What does this mean? There are so many things in this game that I can't find an explanation to. I'm so confused. It doesn't take much, but I'm very confused. What is this? What is this? Okay, I'm going. I don't understand. Life makes no sense anymore. Well, let's get cracking. And in the meantime, just to keep me awake, I love it when I find stuff, but just obviously riding around until that point can get a little bit repetitive, so I will start talking about our top 5 fellas. Well, my top 5 fellas. You guys don't have to agree with the order. That's totally fine. Would that be, by any chance, a standalone hearth? Like on that map that I found? I think it might just be. This isn't the one that I thought I found before though. I think that was over by Roanoke Ridge. No, nothing here? Okay, let me see if I can find that. That was clearly very well made. If the whole house has fallen down around it. But that has survived. Also, what's happened to all these trees? There's just a lot of really sad looking or like debarked trees. Could potentially be the bear that I'm hearing, having scratched the bark off. Right, maps. So it still looks to me like waves in the coast, but I don't think that's right. And it does say that it's in the chimney. I don't want to know if that's red ink or blood. Not wanting to have that answered. It doesn't have like a fence around it or anything, which is what we've got going on here. Yeah. Oh. Lay low. He is so sweet. It looks like he's singing to himself. La 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 la. Oh. Oh, he got angry. Oh, he's a stomping. Is that a cave? That's a little neck. Oh, it looks like a cave. I'm scared. It's a cave. A dinosaur bone. A dinosaur bone. Glad there wasn't a bear in here. Yeah, go us. We're finding loads of them recently. I went through like the last half of the game barely finding any. And then suddenly it's like bam, bam, bam every episode. I guess it's because I'm exploring more, but... Ooh, okay. I was a little bit scared that something was going to jump out at me, but... That was more rewarding than I expected. I am happy Jojo, sorry Rachel. Alright, Charles Smith. I think Charles Smith was undoubtedly the kindest, most selfless, and most virtuous member of the group. I'd say even more than good Arthur. And I don't say that lightly. He was like a quiet hero. You know, he'd always do the right thing, he'd always help people, he always had your back. He had a very, very strong moral compass, but he didn't make a big deal out of it.
Easy there.
He didn't like want the spotlight and stuff. You know, like Dutch was like, I'll save you all, I'll make everything okay, just follow me and trust me and do as I say. You know, Charles is very quiet, very modest, very humble, but he would always try and help people get out of the pickle. He'd always try and do the right thing, save the people who, you know, deserved that help and kindness. Particularly the downtrodden. I'd say Charles is probably the person I have the most respect for in the gang. I did actually wonder, last episode, as I was sort of looking through the list, like, I know I picked my favourites. But why were they my favourites? You know, that's quite a broad thing, like what makes them my favourites. You know, was I basing it on how good a person they were? Was I basing it on who I'd have more fun hanging out with? Was I basing it more on like who made the most impression on me? Like, I didn't really know specifically. I just kind of thought this person I like the most, but I don't know why. And yeah, I don't think it's on who I felt was like the nicest, or like, you know, the most good, because otherwise Charles or Arthur would have made first if that was the case, easily. Yeah, I think Charles, oh no, I don't know if that is anything, but there's like a, I can't quite see now, it's got dark. I don't think it's anything, but there's like a little thing on the rock up there. And I just want to make absolutely sure it's not a rock carving. I don't think it is, but we know a little bit. Well, I know a little bit about Charles's backstory. You guys might know more. I have seemed to miss a lot of people's backstories in the game. Please feel free to catch me up in the comments if there's a lot that I've missed about, you know, people's lives previous to the game. It was a long time ago now, but I can recall Arthur and Charles having a conversation right near the start in chapter 1. I don't think Charles had been with the gang for very long, but I can't remember how long it's been. And I swear Charles said something about how he didn't like travelling with like bigger groups of people, I think. He normally was more of a solo person. And I think Arthur said something like, you know, it's not too late if you want to leave, you know. You don't have to stay with us if you want to go your own way. And Charles was like, no, I'm quite happy sticking around. I think I remember him saying that he was half Native American and half... I can't remember the other half. But he was definitely mixed race. And I can't remember which parent was Native American either. Yeah, I can't remember. He might have said, maybe I've just forgotten. I know he did so much during the game for the Wapiti tribe. But I don't know if... I think a lot of that was just, you know, because it was the right thing to do. He was a very virtuous, sort of morally driven person. So yeah, I think he would have done it regardless, but I also think he probably had a bit of a personal investment in their welfare and survival as well, because to an extent, you know, there was a kinship there. He was a great hunter. I remember right at the start he'd hurt his hand, hadn't he? I think it was a burn. I don't know how he'd done it though. Can't remember if we were told, but yeah, he had an injured hand, so he couldn't shoot his bow. So Arthur had to, because I think they were starving, they were struggling for food, so it was a good setup from the game to kind of get us learning how to hunt and, you know, shoot animals and skin them and stuff, with a very sort of like natural, unforced feel to it. So yeah, he was very good at tracking, he was very good at hunting. But he also had this huge respect for nature. Even though he would hunt and kill animals, it was like waste not. It was kind of only take what you need. You know, hunt sustainably, kill respectfully. Yeah, which was really admirable. I quite liked that. I think there was a lot of respect and love he had for the natural world, for like what it provides to us, but also that we're sort of the stewards of it. You know, as powerful and grand as we've become as a race, it's kind of our responsibility to make sure that we're not too greedy, and we're not, yeah, over-consuming from the natural world. Like, he really lost it with those hunters who were killing all of the bison just for the sake of killing them. yeah, he hated that. I think it was quite clear, you know, he was very wise, he was very observant, he was a very independent thinker, and he was probably one of the first people to clearly see what was happening when things started to go downhill and Depp started to spiral. He wasn't one to sort of jump ship to save his own skin though, so he stuck around, but he definitely saw what was happening, I've got no doubt about that. Some people were sort of blinded by loyalty, or maybe took him a bit longer to really catch on with what was happening, but yeah, Charles, I think, from the very beginning, possibly before even Arthur, like, I think he could see what was going on. I think he was probably glad that Arthur made a lot of the same decisions. You know, it's always nice to have that solidarity and other people believing in, like, the same principles that you have, but you know, I don't think he needed Arthur's support. I think he would have done all the things he did anyway. I think he was just glad that Arthur was there for it as well. Obviously, Charles was very invested in Eagle Flies and Rain's Fall and their people. Yeah, he kind of did everything he could to, you know, help them, see them safe, help them survive. And he stayed. That was when he and Arthur split ways at the end.
There.
He stayed because the tribe was in a lot of danger. Yeah, everything had just gone down, and the lawmen, or you know, whoever was coming after them to like seek their own justice, were on their way, and they needed to up and move. So Charles stayed behind to help them, you know, pack up everything and get moving. If need be, probably would have helped fight off some of the people who were going to come after them after what Eagle Flies and that had done. And I don't doubt that he was either the person or one of the people who buried Eagle Flies as well, as he was buried here rather than them taking the body north with them to bury wherever they ended up. I do wonder though, when he and Arthur parted ways, obviously I'm sure Charles wanted to go with Arthur. I'm sure he was just as you know, angry about what had happened and fed up with the deterioration of the gang as Arthur was, and I'm sure he wanted to go and put things right as well, but he knew that his place was to stay with the Wapiti tribe to, you know, help them pack up and get out and survive. You know, he knew that that was where he was needed most. I do wonder, when he said goodbye to Arthur, did he know that that would be the last time he ever saw Arthur again? Did he know that Arthur would die? Did he think that Arthur had more time and that they could reconvene afterwards? Did he not even really think about that? Was there just too much going on? I kind of wanted to know, like, what did that goodbye mean to him? I think either way he would have made the same choice, regardless of whether he thought it was the last time he was seeing Arthur, or if he didn't realise Arthur had that little left. Maybe Arthur had longer left. Maybe it was, you know, fighting with Micah and stuff sort of sped up his death. But yeah, I wonder, like, if Charles knew and was conscious that that was going to be the last time we saw Arthur, or if he wasn't quite sure at that time. If it wasn't for him staying with the tribe, I have no shadow of a doubt at all that he would have gone with Arthur. I think he would have stuck with Arthur till the very end. I think as far as he was concerned, if he was doing the right thing, it didn't matter what the danger was. If he died doing the right thing, I think he would die satisfied. And that was why he threw himself into danger, as long as he was standing by the right people, doing the right thing every time. I think that's all he cared about. I think it was really, really sweet that, I mean, I guess once he saw the tribe off and knew that they were safe, his next priority was probably Arthur, even though he knew that whatever had happened would have happened by then. I imagine he probably went back to Beaver Hollow. All he knew was that, you know, he knew the situation the gang was in. He knew that the numbers were dwindling and that you know, we were very wanted and the law and the Pinkertons was probably closing in. But all he knew is that Arthur went back to confront Dutch and to try and talk some sense into him. And yeah, he didn't necessarily know everything that had gone down. He didn't know that the Pinkertons would literally show up at our camp. So I imagine he probably went back to Beaver Hollow to, yeah, just to see, you know, what was going on. Found the camp in ruins because... Didn't it catch fire? I think it caught fire. So yeah, probably found the camp all burnt and everyone gone, but most of our stuff there, so we would have known that we hadn't like packed up and moved. Oh, he would have found Mrs. Grimshaw dead, probably. Hello. I wonder if, when he got to Beaver Hollow...
Out of the way!
Oh, sorry.
I'll sleep well tonight.
That's good. I wonder if, when he went back to Beaver Hollow, if the Pinkertons were still there. On one hand, I don't really see why they'd have any need to still be there. They knew everybody had fled, but I don't know if it's like modern day where when there's a crime scene, even if the culprits have gone, they like still lock it down and look for evidence and stuff. So yeah, potentially would have found the Pinkertons. I think the fact that he buried Mrs. Grimshaw, I still need to find her grave, but I think the fact that he buried Mrs. Grimshaw, I think the Pinkertons wouldn't have been there still. They probably just left Mrs. Grimshaw's body. Otherwise, I feel like they'd have taken Mrs. Grimshaw back to Saint Denis and buried her in the crematorium place like they did with Lenny and Hosea before they got moved. Oh, I'm in a tree. So I think they probably just found Mrs. Grimshaw's body, had that massive shoot up, chased after the guy, and I don't think the Pinkertons went back to Beaver Hollow. So, assuming that that's correct, Charles probably rocked up, saw Mrs. Grimshaw's body, buried her.
Is that all?
I don't know if I can get up there. I'm gonna try. Go on, go on. No, no, you're there. No, you were there. No. Oh, Rachel. You just got dunked. I don't think he would have left Mrs. Grimshaw's body. I think he would have buried her first. And then I think he would have gone back. And then we know he's very good at tracking, so he probably would have, yeah, followed the tracks of Arthur, Dutch. Oh, hold on, hold on. We're going to take a little break and shoot some wolves.
Relax.
Sorry, wolves. So yeah, then I think he would have followed the trail of Dutch and Javier and Bill and Arthur and the Pinkertons. And yeah, probably followed them to the mountain. And yeah, maybe with a bit of searching around, I think he would have gone up the mountain. He'd find the tracks of the three of them, Dutch, Micah and Arthur, but he would have found Arthur's body. Yeah. Gosh, he must have been so sad when he found Arthur. Like, he knew Arthur was dying, so he knew that Arthur was, yeah, gonna die at some point, but to actually find Arthur's body
Easy now.
lying on the side of that mountain alone, you know, even if you know someone's gonna die, it's still sad when it happens. And even if you've, like they had, even if you've dealt with a lot of death before, it's still sad when it happens, so yeah. It was really sweet of Charles to find Arthur and then to carry him so far. But to, yeah, purposefully... I still need to go and find it, but I've been told to bury him on the side of a hill facing west. Like, he could have just buried Arthur at the bottom of the mountain or in Beaver Hollow. He could have buried him anywhere. But he, like, went out of his way to really find a good resting spot. One that he felt was worthy of Arthur, you know, that Arthur would be happy with. Just to show, like, the utmost respect to his fallen friend. Which I just thought was so sweet. Now I know it's over by the Hobbit home place. Like, that's pretty far to carry him. Oh, Lake Isabella. Oh, I know where I am. I think I've been here before, but I was over there because I obviously got the bison. So yeah, I need to be heading that way. Okay. In the epilogue, when they found Charles in Saint Denis, but he was now doing wrestling. And yeah, John was like, oh, have you seen like a big guy likes wrestling and stuff? Because Charles was such a peaceful person. He could be violent, but, you know, only when necessary. I just feel like he could have made a living, like, being a bodyguard or something, like doing something more virtuous. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, there are jobs out there that would be more fitting for Charles's, like, personality and morals and stuff. But I was surprised he went for one that was quite violent and aggressive. And I guess it was all, you know, the people he fought were up for it. It wasn't like he was going around just beating up people. But yeah, it just seemed like I just didn't realise he was into wrestling. He's definitely got like the physique for it, but yeah, I just didn't think he sort of had the temperament for it.
Slow now.
Is that a dead person?
What a horse you are.
Oh, you're very dead. You're as dead as it gets. Can I not loot you? Guess there's not much to loot. Cobalt petrified wood. That's a new one. Pretty cool though. Okay, well, as you don't seem to need it anymore. I don't think that's a dinosaur bone, I think that's just normal bones.
Good girl. Let's go.
Yeah, it was really sweet that even to the very end, yeah, Charles was very loyal to people who he felt were, you know, deserving of that loyalty, who aligned with his morals and his principles, and, you know, he considered good people who did the right thing. Like John and Sadie and Arthur, but obviously Arthur died. And yeah, it was quite sweet that even at the very end in the epilogue, he was still like so loyal to those people. Yeah. He still went with them to another ruined building.
Hey, easy.
Yeah, he still went with them to take vengeance on Micah and stuff. He's really just like loyal to the end. But not blindly loyal, like some of the others were to Dutch. Is that like a burner of some kind, or...? You flourish before you die. It's another one of those codes. I found... what is it? You... something pain. So you want pain or something like that in the bear cabin. There was share in the chest. I found another one in the bit that I didn't record. it was over... Where was I? I was over by a lake somewhere. Don't think it was over there. Oh, it was this one, I think. Lake Don Julio House. That was also where I found that really funny book of something heck. I can't remember. Yeah, I found it in there, I think. And someone in the comments said it's like a cheat code, so yeah, or like a, yeah. You flourish before you die. That's not spooky at all. So yeah, I was very, very fond of Charles. Again, another very stable character. Stayed much the same.
Girl? Let's go.
Stayed very true to himself and what he believed in, and I have big respect for him. I feel like you know, like the saying, like, what would Jesus do? I feel like you could apply that to Charles. In life, you could be like, what would Charles do? Right, I'm going to take a quick break because I have an appointment to go to. So I'll be back for you instantaneously, but you'll probably notice again that my camera changes a little bit, the lighting might change. It's going to be a couple of hours. So, I will see you in a second. Okay, I'm back. So I may look a little bit different because a couple of hours have passed in a blink of an eye. Right, so yeah, I think that wraps up my thoughts for Charles. He was just pure and wonderful and badass and so kind and awesome. I think he was one of the strongest members of the gang, like in terms of what he brought to the gang. Probably physically as well, but yeah, I just mean he was one of the biggest assets to the gang of all the people in it. After Charles, in fourth place
You
was
got this, girl.
Hosea. I love him so much. He was possibly joint with Charles, probably the most sensible of the gang. The most level-headed, joint with Charles. I said there'd be no technical issues. I said there'd be no IT issues, and we've just had an IT issue. Because I've been playing for like an extra, I don't know how long, hour maybe. I got really distracted. I was supposed to go around Mount Hagen and I ended up here, but then I was finding some really cool stuff, so I just stayed here. Oh, you didn't get to see me find the... Right, so I found a mammoth skeleton. That was really cool. There was an icy waterfall here or here. I had to take Rachel across the lake to get there, but it was a frozen waterfall and there was like a dead skeletal horse and a person. And then I opened a chest or a lockbox and there was a trinket, hawk claw trinket, something like that, which apparently drains your stamina 30% slower when you use a bow, which was cool. I then figured I'm here, so I went to Coulter. I found Davy's grave. I was looking for Jenny's grave, but I was trying to be smart about it and thinking, right, they ran from Blackwater, so if I figure out what the route is from Blackwater, because I was told Davy's was in Coulter, Jenny's was buried before they got there, along the side of the road. But I couldn't find it. I've been riding backwards and forwards along this road for ages and couldn't find it. So I decided to look on the map, and it is further up here. So I'm guessing rather than going directly to Coulter from Blackwater, they might have, I don't know, gone up into the mountains and, you know, all the bits that John slides down when I try and do it now because it's outside of the map. Maybe kind of in the, before we started the game, the gang went up there and were in the Grizzlies for ages. Not along this route. So she's up here somewhere, I think. So if I'll set a marker there, and when I get to Coulter, I'll just head towards it. I have actually run up there before. Yeah, so I've obviously gone past it, but I'll have to keep a really close eye. I was hoping before it was just one glitch, but yeah, I'll keep a really close eye on the game capture. I've got it running next to me now, so it's weird because it looks like it's everything I do is on both screens, but yeah, I'll keep an eye. I pretty much finished talking about Hosea. I'll start from the beginning. Last time I'd missed like 3 people. This time it's only, yeah, I think I'd finished Charles. I was just starting to talk about Hosea. It's only 1 person. It's not a big deal. Right, so Hosea was, I want to say, you know, the earliest member of the gang along with Dutch, but then I don't know at what point it became a gang because it was just the 2 of them, so I don't think that counts as a gang per se. But I believe the story started with, I think they just met as, I don't know how much of this I've just made up, like filled in gaps in my brain, but for some reason I imagine them just meeting on the road, joining each other at the fireside, you know, probably just adding that bit in there myself. Either way, they were just, you know, strangers chatting, got along really well. And I don't know what exactly happened, I can't remember, or when it was found out, but I think Dutch realised that Hosea had like pickpocketed from him or something, and rather than getting horrendously offended or, you know, becoming a big fight or one of them killing the other, I think Dutch just really respected it because he probably doesn't get played himself that often, you know. He's normally the one like manipulating and like tricking and fooling other people, so I think the fact that Hosea has managed to get something off of him without him realising, I think he actually really respected that. And they had a good laugh about it, and then Dutch was like, oh hey, I do the same sort of stuff, do you want to work together? I think we could, like, you know, do even better, yeah, if we work as a team, the 2 of us. I think it was, oh, that looks like a grave marker. Gosh, I almost went past it again. It's very buried as well, but that makes sense because it snowed a lot more. Oh yeah, Jenny. Sorry, I don't know at what point I'm standing on you, Jenny. Kirk? I never knew her surname, I don't think. Oh, you can tell it's quite rushed. It's just 2 planks of wood and they've like carved it in. Nice to meet you, Jenny. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you properly. If there is an afterlife, maybe she's hanging out with Lenny right now. Okay. Cool. I'll go back to Davy's grave, but I've obviously already inspected it and stuff. Yeah, so it sounded like that's how they met. So I'm pretty sure Hosea is Dutch's oldest friend in terms of the people we know in the game, the gang members. And I know it wasn't always perfect, but I think he had the most sway over Dutch, and his opinion, I think Dutch listened to and respected more than anybody else in the gang, until Wormtongue Micah got his way into Dutch's brain. I know when we were in this... Oh! You didn't hear it! Oh, that's so annoying! So, when I came into Coulter to find Davy's grave, all of those like old camp, you know, memories of the past noises started playing. I don't remember the first bit, it was a woman talking, and the second bit John said, like, I'd be a goner if you hadn't found me or something, and I think that was when the wolves were attacking him and he'd managed to get away but was, yeah, out on his own on the side of a mountain, and he had like the damage to his face. So this is Davy's grave that I almost missed, and I had to come back, and I was literally stood here like, do you think he'd be buried in the graveyard? It makes sense, but then I was like, oh, you can't see any writing on these graves, so I don't think it's here. And then I left, and then I rode all the way around the mountains and came back into Coulter this way, and then was like, oh, he was right with all these graves that I was looking at earlier. So there's Davy's grave. Davy Calendar. one of the calendar boys along with Mac. Come to think of it,
to do, girl.
we've not seen Mac's grave, and I'm pretty sure Mac died in Blackwater, so I might check out Blackwater's graves at some point. I don't think I've done it yet. See if Mac Calendar is buried among them. Ooh, there's another bounty mission. Tempting. We've got plenty of time because I've got to start Isaiah's dialogue again. Right, we're going to head back towards Mount Hagen and actually do what we were supposed to be doing this whole time. Yeah, so right at the start when we were in Coulter, I remember we were obviously staying there because we were on the run. The law wouldn't dare chase us into the grizzlies because it was too deadly with the weather. I'm pretty sure it was kind of early spring because I remember Hosea saying like the snow would be melting soon. And obviously Dutch wanted to rob Cornwall's train, and I remember Hosea wasn't about that. He didn't want to risk like robbing the train, and like he knew that it could cause loads of trouble. Probably didn't realise how much trouble, but he did realise it could cause loads of trouble. I remember them having a bit of a disagreement because Dutch wanted to rob this train, get us money. He knew that the O'Driscolls were going for it, and if I'm honest, at the time I thought maybe it was more to try and steal the score from the O'Driscolls because we knew at that point he didn't like them. And we knew that they were in the area as well. And Hosea, I think, just wanted us to get out of the grizzlies alive and okay, and then deal with like what we were going to do next, rather than trying to take on too much risk now when we weren't in a great state as it was. And I think Dutch seemed to prioritize, you know, like success and money and getting rich and, you know, taking big risks to potentially get big gains. That was like his focus, was, you know, the bigger the risk, the bigger the profit, and, you know, you had to be daring and you had to take these big leaps of faith to, you know, get these great strides ahead and to reach these heights that you wouldn't be able to do if you were always playing it safe and stuff. Whereas I think Hosea was he prioritized the safety of the gang and our lives, and I don't think he liked to take big risks that would put us in too much danger. He was much more sensible, much more calculated, much more careful. And it's true, like sometimes ideas like the ones Dutch had would get you really far, and probably have done in the past, but also at what cost? And I think that's what Hosea was thinking. At the time, I think Hosea argued against it and Dutch didn't listen. You know, we still robbed the train. Look what happened. All of everything to do with the Pinkertons stemmed from the fact that we robbed Cornwall's train at the beginning. The lawmen wanted us because of Blackwater, but the Pinkertons were a private detective agency. Oh! Sneaky wolves! What are you like? Cheeky. Well, that's better. Sun's coming out, we can see again. Hello, Jenga. Oh, you didn't get to see Jenga earlier. He was my emotional support buddy last time, weren't you? Yeah, so everything to do with the Pinkertons that happened, from the moment that they showed up in Valentine, after we did that job with the sheep, which we never got paid for, up until the very end, actually, up until they were shooting at us. You know, Hosea dying, Lenny dying, them shooting us up on that mountain just before Arthur and Micah fought. And yeah, then in the credits with them hunting John down, all of that happened because Dutch decided to rob that train, and Hosea said no, but Dutch went and did it anyway. And I don't think Hosea saw exactly what would happen. I don't think he realised just how far it would be taken, but he knew it was a bad idea. He knew that, you know, we'd just survived a massive loss. At the time, we'd lost, like, Jenny had died, Davey had died, Mac had died, we thought Shaun had died. He was at least captured. Yeah, we'd lost a lot of people and we didn't have anything to show for it. We barely made it away with our lives. And again, that whole Blackwater thing, they did that when Arthur and Hosea weren't, you know, with them. They decided it on a whim when they weren't around. I think they were trying to get some leads, some safer leads. And then Dutch decided to just, you know, rock up and try and rob that boat or whatever it was. So yeah, so Hosea is the one kind of putting some sanity behind the gang's actions, and Dutch is the one bringing the chaos. And, you know, between the two, between Dutch's risk-taking and chaos and Hosea's sensibleness and carefulness, you know, it's quite well tempered with each other. We are kind of taking some risk and we are getting some money. We are getting creative and we are unpredictable, which I'll give Dutch his due. He's very good at that. As long as he doesn't have a Micah the rat with him, then it is very difficult to know what he's going to be planning to do. But then Hosea was the one keeping us safe and keeping us alive. And Dutch wouldn't always listen to him, but I think he listened to Hosea more than anyone else. If he was going to listen to anybody trying to talk against his plans, it would be Hosea. He wasn't, you know, he was a lovely guy. He was very sweet, very wise. But he was also an outlaw, you know. He obviously, with how he met Dutch, I believe he robbed from Dutch. And I've noticed in any mission where he kind of took the lead, or was deciding, you know, the course of action, he seemed to prefer diplomacy. He seemed to be more of a con artist, like playing a role and trying to trick people into believing us or giving up their stuff. You know, it was kind of a bit like Trelawney, just sort of playing a character. He did it with the whole Fenton thing. He did it with the Braithwaites as well, pretended that we were more sort of sophisticated and stuff and tried to get on their good side. He was very good, very charismatic, a very good talker, very persuasive, and I think he liked to play diplomacy rather than go in all guns blazing, which I think was more... Dutch did play the diplomacy game sometimes, but I think Dutch was quite happy equally to go in all guns blazing at times, you know. Put on our masks, or pull our masks up, rock up, catch people off guard, rob a place, and then get out before reinforcements came. I think Hosea went along with that sometimes, but probably knew that the moment guns are coming out and, you know, we're doing something that boisterous and abrupt, there's a lot of risk involved and a lot of chance we could get caught or hurt. So I don't think that was Hosea's style per se. I remember Hosea had a bad cough as well, and I don't think we ever found out what that was.
Easy there.
I didn't know if it could be like chronic but non-terminal, like asthma or something, like a health, like an illness or a health condition or something, but not necessarily anything to be concerned about. Or potentially it could have been, I wondered if it might be like tuberculosis or like another serious respiratory illness. But then I was trying to work out the timelines, and obviously not everyone dies like this many days after catching tuberculosis. But it's difficult because he had it when we first started the game, I think. It seemed like he'd had it a long time because like no one seemed to comment on it too much. Not in the sense of like, oh my god, are you okay? Why are you coughing so much? But if anything, it was just like, oh, your cough's got pretty bad sort of thing. So it sounded like he'd already had it for a little while to some degree.
Is that all?
If it was tuberculosis or something, you know, he didn't seem to get as sick and pale and pasty as Arthur did, but then also he died before Arthur, so who knows, given enough time, what would have happened. I was trying to figure out if it was Hosea's death where Dutch started to go really started to spiral. It's difficult to say because a lot of bad stuff had already happened by then. You know, we'd already lost Kieran, we'd already lost Shaun. Yeah, things were already in a bad way. You know, we'd already kind of had the Pinkertons show up and chase us out of Clemens Point and Horseshoe Overlook. We'd had the O'Driscolls show up at Shady Bell. Yeah, we were kind of one step forward, two steps back every time. I know some people believe that Dutch was always the way he ended up, like that was just him, you know, dropping the facade, which I now know is how you say it. I've been corrected, I was always saying facade, because I don't know the English language. Nothing like making a fool of yourself on the internet, huh? Coming from the girl who wore her hat back to front for the first few episodes of this playthrough.
Easy now.
Like, some people think it was just him dropping the act, and that he was always this kind of malicious, narcissistic personality. Which might well be true. We don't know, that's the beauty of it, we have no idea. But even if that is true, I think given that Hosea had been his closest companion for however many years it had been, 20, 30, I don't know, decades, you know, no matter how cold-hearted and mean you are, you know, that's gonna eat away at you to lose somebody, like the only person you were that close to. I can't see how Hosea's death wouldn't mess up Dutch. And if you think about it, he never got a chance to grieve. It was literally, Hosea died in the streets in front of him. Then Lenny died. And then the gang got split up. And some of us got captured and some of us made it away. Some of us got onto a boat. Then we got shipwrecked. He thought he'd lost Arthur as well. Okay, I've done this bit now. He thought he'd lost Arthur as well for a bit until Arthur showed up on the beach. Then we had the whole trials of Guarma. Then we made it back to the mainland. We didn't know where the gang was or what state they were in or what happened. Then we were camped at Lakay very briefly. Everybody's spirits were falling apart. Everyone was losing faith, which meant a lot to Dutch. I don't think he would have... yeah, I think that would have been a bit of a hit to him, that people were starting to doubt him. Including Arthur. Arthur challenged him in Guarma when he killed that woman. And Angelo Bronte as well. People, even his closest people, were starting to question and doubt and lose faith in him. Which, yeah, regardless of what kind of Dutch we were dealing with, what actually was the case, we all know Dutch and we all know that he wouldn't have liked that. Then the Pinkertons showed up and shot us all up again, and we barely made it out again. He knew that there was a rat in the camp. Molly left. Like, it's just one thing after the other. It's like rapid fire of misfortune. And his ego getting bruised. Yeah, it's just one thing after the other. And he's never really given much time to process and grieve the loss of his best friend. He was upset and angry and had to compartmentalize maybe his feelings over Hosea's death because he hadn't had a chance to process and deal with them. And we all know what happens to like extremely strong feelings when we just bottle them and bottle them and bottle them. So yeah, it's difficult to say because a lot of stuff was already beginning to go wrong, which didn't give him a chance to grieve, which could have meant that, you know, he still had all of that pent-up emotion that was leaking through in other ways, whether it was, you know, reckless thinking, impulsive actions. He didn't have Hosea to keep him in check anymore. I think that's an important factor. Or maybe it's because things were going so badly. Maybe Hosea's, like, his grief for Hosea was a separate matter, and just the fact that everything kept going wrong, you know, anyone would be driven crazy from that. If any of us were in Dutch's shoes, with so many people depending on us and so much going wrong, and just pretty much failure after failure and setback after setback, you know, we'd all kind of be struggling mentally. But then with the grief he was probably going through, with not having Hosea there to kind of be the calm, sensible, logical voice of reason. You know, there's so many things that could have contributed
Let's go,
to it.
girl.
So yeah, I think Hosea's death was possibly one of the biggest pivot points in the story. Hello. Have I been here before? I feel like I have. Oh, Wallace Station. Yeah, I've definitely been here before. I'll go around this bit again, and then I think I'm gonna start doing some bounties. But if I've missed anything, let me know, and I'll go back. Not a problem. I'll try and record it and everything. So yeah, I do wonder to what extent Hosea's death was what really pushed Dutch over the edge. Dutch might have already been a complete lost cause before that. Or maybe he was starting to go downhill, but that was what did it. We can't know. Is this the house that I found that was boarded up? Yeah. That might have been just before I realised it wasn't recording, but I found this house. And yeah, it's all boarded up and I can't get into it.
Hey, easy.
But then I thought maybe that's one of the moonshine shacks or something online, so maybe that's why. I mean, I think Hosea, if I remember rightly, I don't think he wanted us to rob Saint Denis. I think that was another case where he was telling Dutch it was too risky. Yeah, robbing like the biggest bank in the land, with the most protection and stuff. Probably the most lawmen there and stuff. I can see why Hosea was nervous, because again, preservation has always been his priority. Not getting rich, not yeah, getting powerful or achieving loads of success. It was always keeping the gang alive, and the rest of it comes second. If we can, great, but if it's gonna be too risky, no, we're out. So I don't think he wanted to go to rob Saint Denis Bank anyway, which if you think about it makes it that much more tragic, because he didn't even want to be there. He didn't want to do this job, he knew it was dangerous. Dutch insisted, and then Dutch was one of the ones who got to walk away, and it claimed Hosea's life, even though he was the one who didn't want to be there in the first place. And Lenny's, of course. Yeah, it just makes it that much more sad, I think, that... I wonder if maybe that weighed on Dutch's conscience. Maybe that's a bit too daisy-chained, but I wonder if Dutch felt guilty at all that Hosea didn't want to go and Hosea died, and Dutch insisted that they went, and Dutch got to carry on living. Like, I wonder if that, yeah, if Dutch kind of had considered that, and if maybe that weighed on him at all. Like the guilt of losing his best friend, but then also knowing that it was kind of, you know, he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger, but he definitely could have prevented it from happening if he just listened to Hosea, so I wonder. It's a really interesting point that quite a few people in the comments have said that if Hosea hadn't turned back to look at, I think he turned back to look at them, and I can never remember if it was Milton or Ross. I can never remember. But that whichever Pinkerton agent it was, you know, they were noble. I know that they were the baddies for us, but we were also on the sides of the outlaws. If the tale had been told from a different perspective, they were definitely the goodies and we were definitely the baddies. But yeah, I think they were quite noble and respectful, and they had that honor with fighting and stuff. And a few of you have said that they wouldn't have shot Hosea in the back, even if he was this outlaw and part of this outlaw gang. Yeah, that it would have been too dishonorable to shoot a man in the back. But because Hosea turned to face them, then they could shoot. Which I thought was a really interesting point. Obviously we don't know if that would have been the case. We'd almost have to see like a different alternative reality to know if... Right, this might get a bit bumpy. We got this, we got this. Yeah, to know if he would have done it if Hosea had just kept walking. But yeah, I wonder why Hosea turned around. Do you think Hosea knew that he'd be shot? Do you think he thought that maybe he was going to get shot either way, so it didn't really matter, might as well get it over with? Or, you know, what he did, would it make a difference? Do you think he did it on purpose to get shot because he kind of thought, like, there's no more hope for the gang and he doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in prison and doesn't want to get hung for his crimes, he'd rather just take the bullet and, you know, go out the outlaw way? Yeah, I don't know. You probably saw a lot of Pinkertons had his gang pinned down, but then we've had that before at Shady Belle, and we were in a very fortified building, but we were also trapped. As far as he knew, he probably didn't think about us blowing a hole in the wall.
Whoa now.
Yeah, I'd love to know your thoughts on what you think was going through Hosea's mind there. Whether you think he chose to get shot, thought he wouldn't get shot, hoped he would get shot, thought it was going to happen no matter what. Maybe he turned around to say something, maybe because, you know, he was very good at manipulating and stuff. But I think he would have known that, you know, he was dealing with people who knew exactly what kind of a person he was, so it'd be very difficult to talk them out of it. Yeah, I don't know. But I've been wondering. None of us can know for certain, but I have been wondering, like, what his intentions and thoughts were in his final moments. Right, okay, I've run around this mountain a bit. If there's more stuff going on here that I've not found, I'm sorry, but please do feel free to redirect me. For now, where am I gonna go now? Let's see, there's another bounty down here, but I did want to go over towards the bayou. I might head over towards Rhodes. I'll do the bounty there. Oh, I was about to say Elias Green. I'm guessing that's not actually for Elias Green. It's going to be an easy $90 if it is. I'm also surprised. Maybe I'm not too surprised, but I would have thought they'd have used Hosea to lure Dutch out. You know, like they kind of did with Arthur before. They said about how Arthur had like a $5,000 bounty on him, or reward for him. But the reason that they weren't going to attack and take an Arthur on the spot was because they were hoping Arthur would betray Dutch and turn over Dutch. Obviously, by choice, Arthur wasn't going to do that because he was loyal. But I'm surprised with Hosea at their mercy and Dutch spectating the whole thing, and they knew Dutch was in there, that they wouldn't have put a gun to Hosea's head and said, you know, Dutch, if you come out, I'll spare your friend, I'll spare everybody else. Yeah, if you're not out within 10 seconds, we'll shoot him and then we'll shoot the rest of you, sort of thing. Because it was Dutch they were really, really after, more than any of the others. But, I mean, even the Pinkerton agents weren't perfect. They were probably still really wound up. If you think about it from their perspective, they'd lost a lot of their colleagues, a lot of their possibly friends. I don't know how fond they were with the other people working for the Pinkerton agency, but we'd shot quite a lot of them. So maybe there was just an anger there. Maybe they were done compromising and bargaining, and they just wanted all of us dead, perhaps. I just thought they'd sort of utilise the fact that they had Hosea there at gunpoint. But of course, once they shot Hosea, we had nothing to lose. You know, we weren't shooting because they had Hosea there at gunpoint and we didn't want them to hurt Hosea, but then when they took his life, all hell broke loose. We were happy to shoot back because now, yeah, they didn't have anyone ransomed. So I'm surprised, but at the same time I can see why maybe their blood was already boiling about everything that had been done to this point, and they probably didn't want, you know, he'd already made a few deals, he'd already tried to lure Dutch out a couple of times and it hadn't worked. And in that time that he gave us, we'd shot a lot of his colleagues. So yeah, I can kind of see why they'd just be fed up and just want them dead. If Hosea hadn't been shot there, and assuming he would have survived whatever came next, if he'd made it to Beaver Hollow,
Been through it, ain't we?
to the very end of the story, I think he would have put himself in the middle of the two sides. I think when John and Arthur stood against Bill, Javier and Dutch and Micah, I think Hosea would have stood in the middle and tried to keep the peace between the two sides. I don't think he would have picked a side, especially not between... I think morally he would have known that Arthur's and John's side was like the more reasonable, just side, but I don't think he would have wanted to pick sides. I don't think he would have wanted to turn his back on Dutch. I think he would have hoped that Dutch wasn't beyond saving, and that he could still talk Dutch around and make Dutch see sense, much like Arthur did, honestly. Right to the very end, Arthur was still trying to convince Dutch, like to make him see that Arthur was still on his side, but that Dutch had, picked the wrong way to be. And I think Hosea would have echoed that. I think he would have stood in the middle and tried to make Dutch see sense and tried to make him see things clearly, but he wouldn't have given up on Dutch. He wouldn't have stood against Dutch. I think he would still be trying his absolute best with every breath he had left in him to try and wake Dutch up and make him see what was going on and what was happening. And probably would have got shot by Micah given what he did to Mrs. Grimshaw. Yeah, that's what I think he would have done. So yeah, Hosea, our lovely Hosea. He was such a key member in the story.
That's my lady. Yeah, I know.
He was the one I probably most expected to lose. But yeah, boy did it still hurt. I think because I didn't expect to lose him in that way. Like, I wasn't prepared for him to get shot. I thought it would be like a natural cause kind of thing. Right, let's go get this bounty. Oh good, okay, isn't nice. Hello. Who do we have? $55.
How do you do?
Thinking of going after them, are you? I'd wager you're more than up to it.
Thank you, Alden. Reward, $55. For the capture or killing of Camille de Millamont. He is a member of the Lemoyne Raiders. Okay, that's fine. Happy killing them. Wanted for stealing state property, crimes against officers of the state, and the murder of a postal mail carrier. He is French, last seen in the region of Catfish Jackson's. This reward will be paid upon presentation of him alive or with positive proof of his demise. H. Thomas, Rhodes Sheriff Office. Alright, Camille. I have no idea if I'm saying that right. Let's get you, Camille.
I'm looking for that one out by Catfish Jackson's. If you're waiting for the next train, it should be here soon. And when you get him and his cronies, tell them that we're just railway workers here. Oh, hello. Been a while since you were around this way. Odd instruments of tyranny, or however they phrase it. The imbeciles.
Just how it is.
That conversation jumped around quite a bit. Oh, let me send some mail.
Just so you know, it's a few hours before the next collection.
That's fine.
Okay, that shouldn't take too long.
So many things. Okay. See you, Alden.
Bye.
Oh gosh, my voice is already hurting, and I've still got Arthur to do next. I feel like he's going to be quite a talking point. I probably won't say as much about Kieran or Shaun, even though they were at the top, but, you know, there's a lot to talk about with Arthur. I will, yeah, do this bounty, and then we'll get into it. You guys have been asking me to do the one in Saint Denis as well, which I am quite happy to oblige. So I might do that this session as well. And check out that shack thing in the swamps. Oh.
Someone's coming.
Nope, no one's here.
Hey, I see you there.
No, you don't. You don't see anything. I'm not here. Just rode straight through a Lemoyne Raider camp. One's here. Definitely no one in that tent. Okay.
We'll find you. There he is.
Ah! Oh dear, this is no good. Oh. Oh, you're the guy I need. Come in.
Do you even? You're dealing with.
You dead? No. No, you are. Right, okay, and then the last one, I'm gonna try and get alive. Okay, hold on, let me just, it's like walkie-talkie, flashing around trees. Hello, sir.
You're making a big mistake.
I'll be your
Tell me if
host.
this ain't tight enough.
Get your filthy rope off me, you peasant.
Let me loot you.
Let's see what you got in here.
Thank you. And I'm going to pick you up now.
You're coming with me.
I have committed no crime. I fight for your country.
Let's go for a ride.
Okay, you just sit tight. I'm just gonna rob your friends. Okay,
You
thanks
got
for your
this, girl.
patience.
You seek to deny my freedom when I fight for yours?
I seek to get paid, that's all.
What are they offering? $100? $200?
I wish you was worth 100. You're a
Not
cheap
even that.
son of a bitch. I almost didn't bother.
What? There must be some mistake. My name is Camille de Millemont.
Yeah, blame your parents for that, not me.
Okay, thank you again.
There's my girl.
I am no criminal. I fight for you, for all of us, for our future.
You don't fight for me. In the future, well, that won't be a concern of yours for much longer.
Turning on each other. This is what they want. Don't you see that? Come on. Don't be an errand boy for the gutless state.
Worst mistake you can make is thinking you're better than the next man. That's when you get sloppy. You can end up on the back of a horse heading straight for the gallows.
How do you live with yourself? You are a traitor to your heritage.
Clearly, you've never met my pa.
I am a realist. That's all. People need hierarchy. They crave it. It is the foundation of civilization.
We gonna save you, Jepdraper. They
Oh,
ain't taking you to
hello.
State House.
Here they are.
There with.
Here's where we wipe that.
Sorry to interrupt you. How much are you worth? Yeah.
Get off your face, bounty hunter.
Okay, are they coming after me or what? Oh. There we go. So they gave up on you.
Go on, boss. Kill this son of a bitch.
Is that it? Right, well you're just delaying the trip because now I need to rob these friends of yours as well. Oh, we got some more. Are they on their way?
This fight'll be your luck.
God damn it! There's only one of him! There'll be more where they came from, believe me!
I hope so.
There we are.
You're making a big mistake. We're on the same side.
No, we ain't. All right, let's go.
Must use like hairspray or something because your hair is defying gravity. Oh, sorry, wrong building.
This place has had its heyday, that's for sure.
I got the Millimont, and he ain't happy about it.
Strike me down.
Sheriff!
Put him in the cell then.
You are a traitor, Sheriff Thomas! Sending this Yankee against your own!
Quiet down. That's always been all you's problem. Too damn noisy for folks' good.
Well,
That's
what will it be?
We'll pay for 'em.
I guess that's what I'll have to accept then.
We got the money.
You have not seen the last of us.
It's even better. I thought it was 55. I just got 60 something. Maybe it's because I took him in alive? Unopened mail or parcels. Okay, let's go to the post office. Then I'll find out where this place is that I'm looking for in the bayou. And then there's the bounty in Saint Denis that everyone seems pretty keen that I do. I'm suspicious, but I'll do it. Fresh milk, dairy, and eggs. That's so cute.
What we wanted to make, the one in which folk minded their own goddamn business. And my property is my business. I'm fighting for you out there. That ain't exactly the point. I mean, the point is I want your property. Just a little bit.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Okay. And you?
Well, only got the one leg. Been standing here since about 1870 and slowly starving to death.
Sorry I asked.
Don't worry about it. Hey, say you a Yankee?
I'm not sure.
You know, there was a fella I used to see with you a few years back. He was tall and a moody face.
Yeah, Arthur. He died, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
He saved my life.
Is that so? You didn't always seem the type.
No. No, he didn't.
I give him some food.
All right, stranger.
Hello, topless man. I've got so much money. I don't need it. That guy in the sheriff's office. And he has a tiny cup. I can give him loads of money. Give him food. Oh, it's a general store. Let's pop in and see Pearson. It'd be rude not to when we're right here. Oh, proprietor Simon Pearson. So you fixed the window.
Mr. Marston, I was wondering if you'd be back.
Hello.
Hey, man.
No, ticking along. Where is your base now again? I was, thinking I might send you a letter.
Aw.
Some things I wouldn't want Ethel to, overhear.
It's a place called Beecher's Hope in Great Plains.
West Elizabeth. Okay, good, good. So, what can I help you with today?
I'm just popping in to see you, just to say hi.
Yes, dear.
This coffee is as bitter as wormwood.
Okay, I'll make a fresh pot for you. I just have a customer right now. I love that woman. You know, before her, I was married briefly to a lady called Michelle. But she was an absolute nightmare.
She's
Seems
not.
you've landed on your feet this time.
Line up, Rhodes.
I always quite liked this area when we were here.
You know, she can make her own coffee, right? Gosh, so he's been... Did you say he'd been briefly married to somebody else? Nope, I don't want to go out. I want to look at this. No, look at us. Now I can see it a bit better. So
You
yeah.
see that?
Arthur up top. Yeah, I can... yeah, that face. It's difficult when he's not got all the beard on. Like he puts it on in the morning. But yeah, that looks like Bill's face. So that's Arthur stood up top with a gun. Bill just under him on the left. John on the right. You can tell by the suspenders. Hosea at the back with the reins. Pearson, of course. Simon
You should
Pearson.
have seen this town when the Greys were still in charge.
I did. I fought them. I was with you. Mrs. Grimshaw Dutch. Abigail. And I can't really see, but she's like that. And it looks like she's got a baby in her arms. That must be little Jack. Can't tell how old anyone is, but then again, I never could. There must have only been a few. If Jack's there, though, that was only a
Ethel's probably
few.
listening to every word of this.
That was probably only a few years before the start of the game, because Jack was like, I don't know, 4 or something, 5. So it was only a few years before. Gosh, we really did expand quite rapidly, didn't we? With all of like Tilly and Mary Beth and Strauss and Rev and everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All the food is clean. I
Oh, sorry.
run the vermin off myself.
You've been married twice? Sounds like he likes people with strong characters. You were very bossy. But I can't say it too loud because Ethel's is probably listening to every word of this. Good luck, Pearson. Stay strong.
We get new stuff tomorrow.
I hope he does send me letters. That would be
Hello,
cool.
girl.
Ooh. Don't know what that's from, but I'll take it. That might be from the dinosaur bones and stuff.
Bye.
Okay. Let's find out where this place in the bayou is. Check the... Yep, okay. Game's still running fine. Gotta be sure now. Okay, so where it says bayou, it's here. Where it says bayou, there's this little thing. So it's this shack here, I think. It's already got a name. I must have gone close to it or something. Maybe I've already been in it.
Can I give you a ride somewhere?
No, thank you. But I feel like you guys would have known if I had.
Ain't no surprise to me no more.
Oh. This one? Okay, let's check there's no crocodiles. I can't quite see. I think we're good. Oh, that got real deep real quick. Is that a... I hope that's not a dead person. Already feeling a bit sketchy. Ah! It's an alligator. It's an alligator. Sorry, Rachel. I should have known. I thought it was a person. You okay? Oh, darling. Can I give you a pat?
You've never let me down, girl.
Good girl. Such an idiot. Alright, apparently this is the shack. The cabin or whatever. Looks like he's hanging some bottles. Oh, I can't believe I thought that was a dead person. Okay, I can't see much. Here we go. Oh, they're beautiful. Where'd you get flowers like that in a swamp like this? Nothing's gonna jump out at me, is it? Better not jump out at me. Okay, not what I was expecting. The water is black with venom. I was about to say, I love art and this looks lovely, but creepy messages on the walls. Oh, a mirror. Every time I know I say this, but I'm so impressed with the reflections on this game. It's spot on. The water is black with venom. What does that mean? Is that like those other things we've been finding? Like the cheat codes or whatever they are? Oh, there's another one. The moon will shine on in the darkness. Oh, it's kind of wholesome. Okay, there's like newspapers all over the wall. Maybe a bit of cheap wallpaper. Lots of mood lighting. Lots of skulls. But that's okay. I think it's an alligator. Right, there's only this room. I don't want to take stuff in case it belongs to somebody. If the candles are still lit, then there's probably someone close by. I offered you happiness or 2 generations. You made your choice. A plan of armadillo. Oh. Okay, well, not what I was going for, but that did bring me closer. I offered you happiness or 2 generations. You made your choice. What? Okay, happiness, that's pretty broad. You can make someone happy, or, you know, people would say that, like, money makes them happy, love makes them happy, health makes them happy. So, no idea what that is, but 2 generations. I offered you happiness for 2 generations. The only thing that makes me think of is in shows with like the monarchy, like medieval monarchy and stuff, or like The Witcher and stuff like that. Sometimes they'd have like arranged marriages to carry on generations, and they'd be like, oh, these will, like, this unity will give you generations of strong sons and stuff like that. But yeah, I swear people have said that this is like the strange man's cabin. Was the man promising to give someone children? Or 2 generations. Maybe it's not that literal. Maybe it's not about heritage and people. But 2 generations of what then? You made your choice. Which one did they choose? Okay, plan of armadillo. What looks like burn marks and blood stains, or like fingerprints that are red. Trying to like pick up clues. Does it have anything on armadillo? Not really, does it? Can't see like an X marks the spot or anything like that. There's these weird egg-shaped blobs. What are they? Egg-shaped blobs. Come on, let's have a look at armadillo. Right, that's the sick place, isn't it? I don't know if that's got anything. Oh, okay, they are just egg-shaped blobs on the map. So it's not like that's a... I offered you happiness or 2 generations. You made your choice. Who? Which one did they choose? What does either one mean? Oh, of course, so many questions. Is it linked to the sickness? Is it linked to the... not chloride, not chlamydia. Cholera. Sorry. My brain works in weird ways linguistically. Yeah, cholera. Is it linked to the cholera? I still don't know how that would link to either of those options though. If it was like, you picked this, so now the whole town's got cholera, I don't know what cholera would be. Happiness? I think people are pretty unhappy when everyone's dying of cholera. 2 generations? Did they like wipe out kids and grandkids? Or people and their kids? I don't know. I'm stumped. But that looks like a something. Let me know in the comments if you know any more, please. The water is black with venom. So that would make me think of like black water. That's armadillo. And again, I keep finding weird messages written. I don't know. Oh, there's another one. I was told before that the ones I found before were like cheat codes. But I don't know if these are all cheat codes. His final toll will sound my greatest humming. His final toll will sound my greatest humming. Oh, I know you. Okay, that's creepy. I know you. I don't think these are cheat codes anymore. There's so many in one spot. How did I miss all these? From the snow to the cave. I gave everything for art and I learned too much and nothing at all. This person seems like a philosopher. The only thing I know is that I know nothing at all. I think, therefore I am. This place is creepy and cool and mysterious. Is there anything else? Just melty. Oh! Oh! There was a man called... Jimmy Brooks! There was a man called Jimmy Brooks who was always running into crooks till one chased him down and he had to talk his way around. That Jimmy isn't as dumb as he looks. What? There was a man called Jimmy Brooks who was always running into crooks. Crooks. I've forgotten what a crook would mean. Crook. Oh! Oh, sorry, I was thinking geographically. It means a crook, like a bad person. Okay, got it. Sorry. I was thinking, for some reason I was going to like creeks and nooks and stuff like that. There was a man called Jimmy Brooks. Okay. Jimmy Brooks. He's a man who was always running into crooks, who kept bumping into bad people, till one chased him down. Is that about Arthur? Because Arthur was like an outlaw who chased down Jimmy Brooks, and he had to talk his way around. I mean... I feel like Arthur tried to talk him around more than Jimmy. Jimmy did sort of beg for his life, I guess. But then Arthur was the one who was like, should I have killed you, Jimmy Brooks? I wonder. There was a man called Jimmy Brooks who was always running into crooks till one chased him down and he had to talk his way around. That Jimmy isn't as dumb as he looks. So it's like a poem about Jimmy Brooks. It doesn't say where he is now though, or what happened. I guess it's just about, I mean, if this is even related to Arthur, I guess it's just a poem about what happened. Jimmy was smart and agreed not to tell anybody, so Arthur didn't kill him. Maybe that's why he's not as dumb as he looks. I can't believe I didn't even almost just missed this entirely. I was only coming over to look at the candles. Okay, right now I really want to investigate everywhere. Interesting. Oh, he has a flower in a jar like Arthur did. Oh, that's cool. It's different to Arthur's, but it's kind of cool. They share the same hobbies, or shared, should I say. I've heard of like from the cradle to the, nope. We're going back indoors. I've heard of like from the cradle to the grave. I've not heard from the snow to the cave. Got a nice hat on a stand. Pretty exquisite choice of furniture as well, given that this is just a shack in the swamp. It's like fancy cushioned, velvety sofas and chairs. Is it God? No, but then who's his? It sounds grand, like divine, doesn't it? This final toll will sound my greatest coming. That's something almost like, you know, it sounds like a Armageddon or Ragnarok, or, you know, something big like that. Like something massive will happen and then I will arrive, sort of thing. But I don't know what. I know you. The moon will shine on in the darkness. To me, that just sounds like a very inspirational quote, you know? Even in the darkest of dark, there is always light, sort of thing. I appreciate that. Quite weird as well, that of all the other things in here, they all look very defined. Like, I know that bird's not got like an eye or anything, but it's still like you can quite see the clear outlines. That's very blotchy. Maybe it gets neatened up over time, or maybe somebody was having a breakdown, I'm not sure. Nice chandelier. Okay, so there's nothing else on the floor, I don't think. Right, so no more secret writing. Okay, let's have a look at these paintings then. It's like being back at Charles's gallery, isn't it? You know what that looks like? I could be wrong, but that looks like the place where I found that chest where I opened it and it said share. Or it could be the one where the Del Lobo guys had that woman captive and then she went running over the hills. It kind of looks like New Austin and then like a standalone fenced homestead. I'm not really getting any particular clues or anything weird about these paintings. They're just lovely paintings. I know that obviously whenever I see like a stag or a deer or a buck, it reminds me of like Arthur's, what I assume was like Arthur's visions or dreams, or like the thing that kept popping up through Arthur's story. And then when like Shaun and Kieran died, we got two different types of birds show up in like the clip when Arthur was monologuing and journaling after their deaths. For Shaun, I think we saw an eagle, and for Kieran, I think it was like a heron. Look at John, he looks so silly. Oh, Sunder, I thought it was like there was an alligator right at the back door. I'm never going outside again, I'm living here now. There was an eagle there, although I think when we saw it with Shaun, I can't quite remember. I swear I remember like the cross on top of like a church steeple. I know churches very well. Yeah, that one's just on a branch, and there's plenty of eagles around the land, so it's probably nothing. And I've never seen that bird, so I don't think that's related to it at all. I think, yeah, I think that's just a coincidence. Probably the deers too. There's so many deers and stuff in the land, and he clearly is into like drawing the scenery and stuff. So, what is going on out there? Maybe Ragnarok is here. He found out I was in his shack. Weird about that poem about Jimmy Brooks. Was he watching us? Is he all-knowing? Did Jimmy Brooks snitch on us? Is that what's going on here? I still have his pen. I'm still never going to sell it. It's very dear to me. Okay. Well, I'm not going to steal from him because this whole thing's creepy. And I don't know if I could beat this guy in a fight. And I don't want him coming after me. What does this mean, though? It's like this map is the most interesting thing in here. We're so far from Armadillo. If I'd found this in Tumbleweed, probably wouldn't have thought as much of it because it's the neighbouring town. We are literally as far away as you can get from New Austin. Maybe when I'm down that way I'll explore those little, like, egg-shaped things, but I don't think that's got any significance to this. But burn marks and blood stains. It looks like there's 2 red thumbprints. And again, he's a painter. It could just be paint. It could also be blood. I offered you happiness or 2 generations. You made your choice. Oh, or did somebody give this to him? Was this like a threatening note that was given to him? But then who sent it to him? Did someone give him this map with this threatening message from Armadillo and then vandalize his property with all of these creepy things? Some of them, like, I know you are pretty creepy, but that moon will shine in the darkness. Like, I don't see that being a threatening message. I gave everything for art and I learned too much and nothing. No, I think that's the person who lives here because clearly they're very into art. From the snow to the cave. Oh, so many things happening. The more things I find, the more questions I have. I'm supposed to be wrapping stuff up and concluding things, not getting more questions. There's an alligator here. Don't eat me. Oh. Where'd they go? I feel on one hand like I've discovered so much, and I feel like I have discovered nothing at all yet. Kind of like that guy. I've learnt too much and nothing at all. Exactly like that. He took the words right out of my mouth. Where am I going? I'm trying to go to Saint Denis now. Let's get that bounty mission done. Okay. Arthur Morgan. Probably the best protagonist I have ever played in any game to date. In my humble opinion. Yeah, if I try and talk about Arthur, it's difficult because it's gonna be dependent on how the player has chosen to play him, I think. I don't know how greatly he changes between low honor and high honor. It might just be that he's a little more rude and a little more cold, or it might be that he's like an entirely different person. I don't know yet. So I'm just going to base everything I say, one as always, just in my own opinions, but I'm also going to base everything I say on my experience playing High Honor Arthur. So this might not be the case for everybody's Arthur. Yeah, how I describe him. So right near the start, it was kind of cool how we met him. We didn't meet him straight away. It wasn't immediately, this is your character. I obviously knew I was going to play a guy called Arthur Morgan. So when he was like, oh, Arthur's here, or whatever they said, I was like, oh, that's the guy I'm playing. But yeah, imagine for people who didn't know that at the start of the game, they'd be like, oh, this guy looks cool, and then they're like, oh, I get to play him. Cool.
If you're a bounty chaser, take a poster. If you're anything else, take a seat.
Ah, yeah. Lindsay.
I wonder if this job gets easier the farther away you are from Saint-Denis.
$100 reward. This is going to be good. Proclamation from the desk of the Saint-Denis police station. $100 reward for the capture, dead or alive, of Lindsay Wofford. As the leader of the Lemoyne Raiders, he is wanted for raising a militia against the state on American activities, murder and adultery. The gang was spotted in the Mossy Flats region. For capture, dead or alive, something, all reward claims to be, you get the gist. I can't read that small writing. Put away. I thought we already killed the leader of the Lemoyne Raiders.
Might be. I might just want to hang his poster on my wall.
Yeah, they're a bad lot, the Lemoyne Raiders. Stupid fellas won't leave good enough alone. One of these days, the government's gonna get sick of private militias, you know.
One of these days, the government's gonna get sick of all of us.
Don't tell them I said that.
The bounty. Why are you making this fella someone else's problem?
We, sir, are an urban police force. And the Raiders are, well, mostly a rural nuisance. My men simply are not suited for this kind of work.
This fella in particular. Wofford, ain't it? Why him?
You cut off the head, the body dies. That's the hypothesis, at least. We shall see if it can be demonstrated with the Lemoyne Raiders.
If this bounty's for the whole outfit, you should have made it more. I guess all that remains is to bring them in.
Remember, they forfeited their right to life as well as liberty.
I don't think that whole snake thing counts because we killed them before. So I'm guessing we took out the head of the Lemoyne Raiders. The one who was in Shady Belle, and he shot himself, I think, actually. He was on the bed upstairs in the master bedroom. But I'm guessing this guy has stepped up in his place.
Ma'am.
Who are these?
Bonjour, monsieur.
Are these people they're after? They've all got numbers. But they're very different numbers. 536 167 608 312 413. It's not like an order. What's that? Alright. See you later. Nice floor you've got there. Oh! Oh, people have told me about this. Saint Denis was based off of a saint who was beheaded. And they think that might have been the inspiration for Kieran. Bit gory for floor decoration. Here we go, Rachel.
You know what to do, girl.
I can't remember where Nigel showed up on these streets. Can't quite remember. Where's the mossy field? Oh, all the way up there, okay. Oh. Lindsay Wofford, a commander of the Lemoyne Raiders, is wanted for raising an unlawful militia against the state. Capture dead or alive for $100 reward in Saint-Denis. You've got it. So yeah, it was quite a cool start to meeting Arthur. Obviously we joined them right after all the Blackwater mess, and it sounded like Arthur was quite confused. He didn't even know what had happened.
You have a problem, so what is it?
It sounded like him and Hosea went off to do some groundwork, get some leads, and I obviously don't know exactly how it all worked out, but I know that everything went down while they were away from the gang, and I don't know, they either came back to it and it was already underway, maybe the gang found them en route, maybe, yeah, they rendezvoused somewhere, I don't know, but basically Arthur, even after how extreme everything was that happened, he still didn't know what had happened. He knew that Blackwater stuff had gone bad, but he didn't know what, why. Dutch was being pretty cryptic about it. He was like, you know, what actually happened in Blackwater, and I remember Dutch saying, like, we didn't have you, that's what happened, or something along those lines. But yeah, he didn't say, oh, well, we did this, and then we did that, and then this happened. So yeah, I found that a bit strange. But it might be that, I don't know, maybe it was just, you know, Dutch didn't want to, like, look back on it, didn't want to face it again. Maybe Dutch just didn't feel like it was important to let Arthur know. Yeah, I don't know, strange. So yeah, Arthur was confused about Blackwater. To this, well, I say to this day, to his final days, I'm still not sure he knows 100% what happened, but he got the gist of it. He'd obviously known Dutch for a very long time. I think like a couple of decades, if not more. And when he heard that Dutch had shot a civilian woman, he seemed very concerned. Like, that wasn't like Dutch at all. You know, if he'd heard of like Micah or somebody doing it, probably wouldn't have been too surprised. But the fact that Dutch had done it, he was like, that's not like Dutch. And again, he's known Dutch for a very long time, so I presume knows him very well. Yeah, so I do think that was the start of Dutch's change in behaviour. It was also the start of stuff going wrong. You know, Blackwater went wrong, Dutch shot a woman, and then yeah, it's things get crazier and Dutch gets crazier from then on. So far, this seems like a very normal bounty. I'm curious as to why there was so much hype about it, unless it's about to get real wild. Or maybe there's more bounties after this and it wasn't this one. Still, it doesn't look like there's anybody in there. Oh, I always am so careful and sneaky, and then it's like, just go in and check stuff out. Okay, we're switching to shotgun then, in case I get jumped. Which I'm getting a feeling for.
Lindsay Wofford!
Oh.
I got here a warrant for your arrest, or the other thing, if it comes to it.
Federal warrant? No, that don't mean much in a sovereign territory, mister. We've been beaten down and driven out enough. Let's make a stand, boys! Someone take the big gun! I don't know who... Oh, how bounty hunting bastard is, but he's gonna know the raiders! What Christ's name?
Okay, you're just average Joe. This is a very good cover, I think. Average person. Can I see on the map? Right, okay, so he's up top. There's two people up top and he's the one on the right. Oh, good to know there's some sneaky people hiding. It shows me quite a bit, doesn't it? So yeah, person on this, what was probably the stairs. He's the person on the right. I think I can shoot you. There's one other guy, he's up top. Oh! Oh! Please don't. Okay, just him left. Let me just in case. A little drinky drink. Flick you. Come here. Can't admit it, that was good.
I got me a captive.
I do not surrender. Who's still fighting? Anyone? Oh, gosh, damn it.
I guess all that remains is to take you in.
It's kind of sad. Calling for his friends. Anyone? They're all dead.
Damn you to hell.
Right, you're not going to die if I drop you over the edge, are you? Please don't. Okay, I think he's still alive. Yeah, good. Yeah. See, as I've said before, I think Arthur grew up like a big brother to John. I think Dutch was a bit of a father figure to him. Possibly Hosea. I know Hosea seems a bit older. But I think he was also like maybe a bit of a father or grandfather sort of figure to him. Either way, they all grew up as family, regardless of like what sort of similar relationship. Yeah, I think they were very close. They looked out for each other. They were very loyal to each other. Probably bickered and fell out, and that's probably nothing new, just like families sometimes do. Nope, can't take that. Once we got out of the mountains, pick up to that point, he'd kind of just been supporting Dutch and whatever Dutch did, but I know when we got out of the mountains and we were in Horseshoe Overlook, I don't know if it started straight away, but he seemed to be quite very reflective on his actions, but he seemed quite lost and unsure of himself. Like he kept saying about, you know, oh, I'm just so angry all the time recently and I don't know why I've been doing this, but I've just been killing people. And you know, we had like our therapy corners and stuff. So yeah, I don't know if he'd had a change in behaviour or if he'd suddenly just become aware of like how he was living his life.
Damn you!
I'll carry on the rest after I get him home because I feel like he's going to be a chatty one.
Oh, bastard!
Now sit tight. I'll get us to Saint Denis.
I won't go there. I won't.
Ain't really up to you, partner.
Well done, you fought well.
I know how this goes.
Let me have a snacko.
Oh, this is an atrocity! It's an abomination! Oh, shame on you! Oh, you're outside the law, mister! This is illegal!
Okay.
And immoral! And a whole lot more besides! Who's that warrant from, huh? Oh, the U.S. government? But it ain't valid, because I'm no longer a citizen of this so-called Unite back of that horse. That's Lindsay Wofford. Hey!
Oh.
Thanks for keeping him alive,
I'm done
mister.
with this.
But we're collecting that bounty instead of you.
No, you ain't.
Stop it!
Everyone wants a piece of you, Mr. Wofford. Now, let's get you back.
Sneaky. Get me to do your dirty work and then try and steal my loot. Oi! Where are you going? No, you're stealing my loot.
Come on, girl.
You on their
One more
side?
time.
This is what this country's become. It's a cesspit, a disaster, an abomination. Bounty hunters killing each other for the pleasure of taking a man's freedom.
This is how it has to be.
It's greedy, grasping, carpetbagger bullcrap, and we're drowning in it. We're up to our ears, sir. There's no room for freedom. No, sir, there ain't. No room where there's money to be made. It's deplorable. The Lemoyne Raiders ain't done yet. We are bloody, but unbowed. We will never surrender.
Our journey is almost at an end.
Oh, I hope the night folk get you, you son of a bitch, and hang you from a tree.
I hope that they don't.
Yeah, this is it.
Damn the police. Damn every one of them. Traitors.
Come on.
You're a traitor, sir.
I got a live one for you.
Well, looky here. We got a genuine Lemoyne Raider in the building. Make the poor fella comfortable in one of our cells.
Bet you ain't felt a bed in a while.
Damn traitor's bed. Get me off of here.
Calm down.
From the city of Saint-Denis to you, sir, with thanks.
No, thank you.
Gracious of you.
With an increase in population comes an increase in criminality, I'm afraid. Look out for another poster on that wall.
Criminality. Alright. We've done that one, we've done that one. Is there another one? Another one in Rhodes. Alright. We can just keep bouncing back and forth with bounty missions. What did I say I was going to do today? I'm not going to do the Saint-Denis vampires today, but that is something I want to do. Algernon's missions, I'm on the fence about because I wanted to get another cutscene, but I've heard that it's very tedious, and I don't know if I want to go through too much right at the end of this game. Oh, while I'm in the area, I do need to find milkweed. Is that milkweed? I'll have a look for some milkweed, head over to that bounty. Oh, I did mention about maybe doing Bigfoot. Oh, that's ages away, I'll do that later.
Take a pamphlet, please.
What's the matter with you?
Someone in the park? I want to take a pamphlet, I want to see this religion. Are you the turtle people? Oh, it's you.
A new master has been found. He's leading our people to Chelonia. Rejoice!
Yes!
Hey, partner.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
A great and wonderful event is happening in Chelonianism. It is quite wonderful. Can I tell you more?
Yes.
Sure. Why not?
The world is coming to an end. I am so happy. A new master has arrived and he is leading those who know to safety. I plan on joining him myself. He's in the hills, near Granite Pass. It's not too late. I've been trying to warn everyone, but no one will listen. Believe me, safety is all that we have.
Okay. Good luck.
We need to go and find him. Oh, I was hoping we'd see them again. I was so sad when I thought they were gone forever. Sorry, I'll move my horse. Nuisance again. I've looked at where Granite Pass is. And I think it's over here. Oh, Granite Pass, there we go. By Window Rock. Okay, we're gonna go and pay them a visit at some point. I can probably tie that in because I think I need to go over to here to do Bigfoot, so we'll do both. Let me write it down so I don't forget. So yeah, I don't know what that was about because I didn't really hear Arthur talk about how he was, you know, concerned about his behaviour or the path he'd been going down, or you know, his anger and stuff. I didn't really hear much of that later on. It was all near the beginning. You know, he'd talk to Karen and that and say like, I don't know what's wrong with me, I've just been like killing folks and this isn't like me and I'm just so angry all the time. And obviously I don't think that was, either he wasn't like that before and had started to become like that, or maybe he just had a sort of you know, he'd gained new perspective and realised that he'd been acting that way and just didn't like, you know, became aware of it and wanted to change. It just felt like he was talking about it a lot at the start and then it just kind of never really went anywhere. I don't really know what it was about.
Easy now.
Yeah. Ooh, is it these? Don't bite me. Yes, it's milkweed. Pick. Now we just need a skunk. Let's go over to that bounty, but if we see a skunk on the way, that's going to be one very unlucky skunk, because we're handing it over to Uncle, and I do not know what he's going to do with it. Right. Oh, was that a baby alligator? That was so cute. Or it could be a little crocodile. But it did seem like everybody in the gang really liked Arthur, or respected Arthur. I suppose maybe there was some, like Strauss probably felt quite indifferent about Arthur.
Hello there.
Hello. The only one I'm not sure about is Micah. He did seem to genuinely respect Arthur. You know, Arthur, he seemed to respect strength in the more...
I tried one of the air tonics last night.
In the more like... Oh, careful. Yeah, in the more literal sense. You know, like he always said about how it was better to ride with like a couple of strong guys rather than like a gang full of weaklings and stuff. So I think because Arthur could handle himself because it was tough, yeah, I think Micah respected that, but I don't know, it's difficult to tell because he was also just such a snake, wasn't he? It's difficult to tell what he was putting on and what he actually meant.
Good evening, sir.
Who's this? Robbie? Hey, Robbie.
You looking at that poster? They're an ugly old thing, aren't they?
$35. Not much. For arrest or detention and presentation to an officer, Robbie Laidlaw. Last seen in the southern region of Scarlet Meadows, the above sketch is a good likeness of Laidlaw, who is blind in his left eye. Approach from the left side. He is thought to be 5 feet 9 inches, writes a poor hand, and has very little education. Wanted for committing theft and fraud, suspected of an assault on a deputy, wire all communications to H. Thomas, Road Sheriff Office. Oh, I'm taller than him.
Hey!
I heard that Laidlaw's being put up near Catfish Jackson's. He's a piece of work, but
Evening.
he's still got friends. Ah, welcome back, sir.
Hello. Cool. Thank you, Alden, for the information. But everybody else in the gang seemed to be really fond of Arthur. I think because, you know, he made serving the gang and his duty to the gang was like the priority of his entire life. I don't really know what happened with him and Mary. Obviously they were a thing at one point, and then I guess their differences put too much of a bridge between them, maybe. Maybe Mary either didn't know the full truth at first, or maybe she thought she'd be okay with it and then wasn't. I don't know. But possibly Mary aside. Maybe Mary hoped that Arthur would put her first, but Arthur put the gang first. I could see him doing that. Wait, is this them? Oh no, am I going through? Yeah, okay, it's just trying to take me through the my raiders camp again. I'll go around this time. Yeah, maybe she thought, you know, they were like in love and committed to each other, and yeah, she thought she'd become his like #1 priority, but it was always the gang that came first, and she didn't like that. You know, she wanted someone who'd like put her first. She definitely didn't seem to like the actual stuff that Arthur was doing either, not just the fact that he put the gang first. Pretty sure I just ran past a bloodstain, it's fine. Oh, it's probably the murder guy. Oh, I wonder if he's in... That's the place with the... photo where they kept the slaves, wasn't it? Is he in there, or is he out somewhere else? So many of these now. I want sneaky stealth missions.
What are you looking for, fella? It's a bounty hunter, run! Damn it!
Well played. Okay, I didn't realise I had a machete, thought I had my dagger. I don't like this, too big. That's more like it. Right.
Now where the hell are you going?
Oi! Get yourself back here. It's not the scarecrow, confirmed.
Hey! Where are you?
Oh, no, don't stab him, don't stab him. Sorry, too late. Okay, okay.
No chance!
Oh, are you Scottish?
You go down next punch, I might let you stay there.
Can't say something again. Oh dear. Oh, not this again. It's like the grades all over again.
Off me, you bastard! Get off!
Let's see if we could add arson to those charges. Come on.
I hope
You
this
don't got
one's a
any
torture.
objections? What's in here?
The blooming cheek!
Okay, let's go.
Ah, damn ye!
Tell me all about yourself. I just want to hear all about your life, your dreams, your aspirations, anything.
The sheriff of Rhodes is waiting.
You call this a hog tie, you miserable bastard? I've tied laundry tighter. You're lucky I haven't slipped out of this rope and slit your damn throat! Some kind of bounty hunter you are. I've met tougher lassies in a schoolyard.
He
Got
says
caught by a
lass.
bounty man with half a head, so I did.
Ooh, this is fun. Okay. Bounty missions were a good idea. I'll talk about Arthur later.
Poor bounty hunter you are. Just the bloody worst. Absolutely terrible mind. It's embarrassing getting caught by you. You wee little ballbag. You dribble of pish. You monkey's arse. So tell me, you like pornography, lad? You know, exotic stuff.
Oh, I found a chest.
Laddie, I said, do you like lewd images? Breasts and arse and all the business, only arty-like. I can get you some photographs of wee tiny folk up to all sorts. How's about it? It'll blow your mind. They're real fairies.
Already
Laddie,
seen some.
They're a thing to behold. Send your mind into a fair old spin.
Okay, almost there. They can deal with you.
Oh, about time, you dozy bastard.
I just show him the photographs I found in that chest. Oh, imagine if Abigail found those on me. I'd
Are
be
we
in
there
trouble.
yet? How long's this blooming taking you? Send your horse to a knacker's yard when we're done. Us, the old knack's past us. Good for glue and no much else. And it smells of arse back here.
Funnily enough, that's because that's the end you're on. I'm loving this sass.
Come on, you're just the worst.
Here's your Scotsman. Nearly torched me, but I got him.
Oh, dear Mr. Laidlaw. That is gonna count against you. Cell's there for him.
I'll have none of it. I came peacefully.
Like hell you did.
I hope they don't kill him.
I'll get you!
Hope we meet again.
Bounty's the same whether you was nearly inflamed or not, I'm afraid.
3 for 3.
I'll take it. If you'll take him.
I didn't do nothing to that man.
I doubt you'll find too many more posters going up in the station house, sir. Reckon Rhodes has reached the end of that long road to respectability. Finally.
This is all a grave error, Sheriff Thomas.
It's folks like you that brought this town to its knees. Bad breeding.
Okay, no more bounties. Oh, I'm so glad I kept him alive and didn't kill him. I'm gonna head back this area. I might go check out them actually, but I'm keeping an eye out for skunks. Let's head up to Granite Pass. I want to see what the Chelonians are up to. And then yeah, I'll keep an eye out for a skunk on the way. I've still got quite a bit of talking to do. Arthur, I think his #1 priority was his loyalty to the gang, to his family, to making sure that they were okay and doing everything in his power to make sure that they were okay. Possibly that's why it didn't work out with Mary before. You know, there's a good chance she had an idea of the kind of stuff that he did. I mean, I'm just guessing, I wasn't there, but I feel like maybe it was because it wasn't just what he'd done and what he did, but because he put that first before his relationship with her, possibly. Maybe that caused some friction. Obviously, he definitely loved Mary. But yeah, I think his loyalty to Dutch, his loyalty to his people and stuff, always came first for him. Even right to the very end, like his final words to Dutch, I gave you all I had, I did. Yeah, I think we can't deny that Arthur was like, even though Dutch blamed him and thought he'd turned his back on the gang and on Dutch and you know, had betrayed him and stuff, even to the very end he wasn't turning his back on Dutch. Like, I think John gave up on Dutch because Dutch gave up on him. Arthur, even though Dutch had kind of given up on him, yeah, and stood against him, Arthur was still trying to, you know, he still never condemned Dutch. Like, he was still saw himself as Dutch's son, hoped that Dutch would see the truth, and he still, to his final breath, tried to give Dutch everything he could, and tried to save Dutch from himself and from Micah. Yeah, Arthur was so very loyal, so very loyal. But I do feel, although he was very, very loyal to Dutch, I do feel like he never seemed to really believe in Dutch's big visions and big plans. He always seemed to kind of, I don't know, I just got this impression from him. It was like, oh, Dutch is off on one again, one of Dutch's big ideas. But he, like, despite that, he still did everything he could to try and make that vision come true. You know, he still played his part to support Dutch in his dreams and his aspirations and his plans. He might not have believed that it was all going to work out. He might not have believed that yeah, where Dutch was aiming for is where they'd end up, but if the plan was going to fail, it wasn't going to be because of Arthur. He still gave it everything he could to make sure that everything went to plan, even if he knew Dutch was a bit eccentric and his ideas were a bit too out there, you know, reaching a bit high or relying on too many things to go exactly as planned to actually be pulled off. Morning. I don't know if that's the case every time, but I definitely got the impression that he was quite skeptical when Dutch came up with, like, was all excited and was like, I've got a plan, I've got this great idea. Yeah, I just got the impression that Arthur was like, alright, this will be good. Here we go again. I guess if he's lived with it for like 20 years. Again, I don't know how everything always went before because we didn't see it, but maybe he's seen quite a few of these big lofty ideas maybe not go exactly as they were supposed to. I feel like with Mary, it was almost a bit of a, I feel like it was a bit of a Lady and the Tramp kind of story. Gosh, this is a really look at that! This is scary! Where are you taking me? Yeah, it was very similar. It was kind of like, you know, a lady from a well-off family, from a good, classy background, with good education, wealth, status, and then a guy who's a bit more rough around the edges, kind of lots of street smarts, has had to kind of like maybe fight a bit more for his place in the world, you know, has had tougher times sort of thing, and then they fall from each other. So yeah, there was Mary as like the love of his life. I was a bit confused because near the start, is that a bear? I think that's a bear. Near the start, I swear he said something about Abigail, and I can't remember exactly what it was, if it was in his journal or... I can't remember, but I swear he said something like, before John was with Abigail, I swear he said something about how, like, he should have married Abigail when he had the chance. So was he in love with Abigail? But then what about Mary? Was he in love with Abigail before Mary? At the same time? I never kind of drew that connection before with like the clash between Abigail and Mary and maybe what happened when. But I'm pretty sure he said that. I don't know if he still liked Abigail or if he'd kind of, you know, it was a one-time, like one moment thing and he's kind of moved on from it. I don't know how seriously he liked Abigail, if he did. I don't know why he didn't. Yeah, asked to be with her before John did. I now know Abigail's story, so there is a good chance that her and Arthur have spent some intimate time together. But yeah, I don't know. Right, so that was where that guy's stuff was. Okay, I've been in there. Where are you, Chelonians? Where's the shell of safety? But he did end up, I guess because he was like a brother to John, he obviously was like an uncle to Jack. And he was actually really good with Jack. You know, some people are very awkward with kids, they don't really know how to be around them because you can't talk to them like an adult, and you sometimes have to be a bit silly or a bit jokey and keep them engaged. They've often got quite short attention spans, or they want to do what they find fun, and Arthur really took to that very easily. I was very impressed. I know he was a father, but it sounded like he wasn't really around for Isaac. It sounded like he kind of like showed up every now and again to check in on them. What's that? Why is that so circular? But I think if Arthur had a kid and, you know, was really present in their lives, I think Arthur would have made a fantastic dad. If you think about psychologically everything he was going through, so he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He didn't have long to live. He didn't have years. He had, whatever it was, weeks. Maybe months? I don't know. Yeah, he didn't have a very long time at all. He was obviously grieving the loss as well. It wasn't just Dutch who had lost Hosea. Yeah, I think Dutch had known Hosea the longest, but obviously Arthur was mourning Hosea. Arthur was very fond of Shaun. He said Shaun was like a little brother, like an annoying little brother to him. I think Lenny was quite new to the gang, but Arthur had really taken Lenny under his wing. I don't know how Arthur felt about Kieran. I absolutely loved Kieran, but, you know, that's me as the player, not as Arthur. I think he was... I don't know, he seemed to like teasing and winding Kieran up. You know, whenever you'd go over and talk to him, he'd always, kind of spook him and scare him and try and keep him on edge. But he did say when Kieran died, you know, like, he saved my life and I couldn't save his. So I think there was some kind of fondness there, I think, for Kieran. Just obviously not as close as the others. And then, yeah, he would have been really grieving for Hosea as well. Like, Hosea was probably like a parental figure for him growing up. In a way, he was probably mourning Dutch as well. I know Dutch was still alive, but, you know, the Dutch that he knew was changing, and it was like the old Dutch was dying and this new messed up Dutch had taken over. You know, one of his sort of his dad figures was shot in the street in front of him, and the other one is being poisoned and slowly just taken away from him. But yeah, thinking about how much Arthur was going through, bearing in mind, like, the gang seemed to be, like, the thing he cared about the most. As long as the gang was safe and happy, Arthur was safe and happy. And as we know, the gang was very much not safe and happy. So yeah, I imagine it was really tough for him. And then seeing people he loved and cared for die, and then getting diagnosed with tuberculosis. Yeah, just everything. That must be so much for one person to bear. But the whole time, you know, he was a bit of a rock, I think, for the gang. He was always the stable, steady, level-headed guy people could rely on. You know, they'd always turn to him and be like, what are we going to do, Arthur? It wasn't like, what are we going to do, Pearson? It was always Arthur they were looking to. Yeah, they trusted his judgment, and he was very capable. And he'd always put on a brave face, and, you know, he'd still be trying to do whatever he could to make things right and make sure the gang got back on the right track and stuff. And he seemed surprisingly... Like, I know he'd be quite reflective when people died and stuff, but he seemed surprisingly, like, okay. And I just took him at surface value and just thought, okay, seems to be holding up alright. He's obviously a very mentally strong character. He's probably been through a lot before with the gang. And it wasn't until he had that chat with Sister Calderon, like, especially the tuberculosis, I thought, okay, somebody could just fall apart hearing that. But yeah, Arthur just kind of seemed, like, shocked, obviously, at first. And then he seemed to kind of pick himself up. You know, he saw his dear friend, and then he was in a hot air balloon with Sadie, and everything was great. And yeah, he just kind of seemed to be like, oh, well, I guess I'm dying. Nothing I can do about it, let's crack on. And so that's the kind of what I thought of his approach to it. I was like, okay, he's just gone straight into acceptance. He's okay with it. He's a very practical-minded person. And then he had that chat with, with Sister Calderon. And oh, it broke my heart. I think because I felt really bad that he'd been putting on this brave face for everybody else.
You best leave me be if you ain't wanting trouble.
Shut up. I'm trying to turn around. I was waiting for you. Rude. Yeah, I felt really bad myself because he's been putting on this brave face for everybody else because everyone else is anxious and scared and upset, and you know, he's trying to reassure everybody. He's trying to reassure everybody and look out for everybody else. And he wasn't okay. You know, he was pretending to be okay so other people wouldn't worry. And I believed that as well, and I felt really bad because I feel like as a player who's seeing everything he goes through, who's reading his journals, I feel like I should have picked up on that. But yeah, I took it very literally. He seemed okay, so I was like, great, he's okay. And then when he was speaking to Sister Calderon, and then yeah, after a little bit of time, he was like, I'm afraid, you know, I was like, I'm so sorry, I never like realized you weren't okay. I felt really bad. But it's how they did the motion capture on that, and Arthur's expression of like vulnerability. Oh, you're not a skunk, you're literally a totally different type of animal.
There's my girl.
It's like you just saw the mask come off. Just the braveness dissolve. And yeah, you just saw him for how sort of frightened and anxious and vulnerable he really was. And yeah, it was just like the expression, his eyebrows, his eyes. Oh, it's so beautifully done, but so heartbreaking to see like our strong, you know, our strong, tough as nails protagonist who could take on anything, who was not afraid of anything, you know, who could overcome anything, and to watch him just sort of expose his raw vulnerability like that, it was humbling. And yeah, just really like, out of this whole game, there's been quite a few times where I've been teary. Trying to think, was that the closest I got to crying? It was either that moment or it was when Arthur said goodbye to Abigail and Sadie. That bit got me quite a bit. Obviously there was like when Arthur died and stuff, I was very upset, but I feel like those two moments were when I was like, oh, I might be about to lose it. Yeah, that was tough. So well done. I don't know if these Chelonian people are here. Maybe I need to wait for a bit. I think we can all agree Arthur came from a pretty shady background. He'd done some pretty bad things in the name of the gang. I don't know if these Chelonian people are here. Maybe I need to wait for a bit. So we saw him kind of, he seemed to think like, we're one way and, you know, civilization is another way, and there's no place for me in this new world. There's no place for our gang in this new world, and, you know, the space that they had to be themselves and the freedom that they had to be themselves, that is getting tighter and tighter and closing in on them. You know, we're just thieves in a world that don't want us no more, or whatever it was Arthur said. Like, their time was coming to an end, essentially. Yeah, he seemed to have quite a dark, cold outlook on the world. It was very us versus them. Yeah, very negative about their future that they might have in this world. It sounded like he kind of thought, you know, they'd carry on doing what they were doing until eventually it was like as the outlaws fell, society rose, and vice versa, and as society got stronger, they'd get weaker until eventually they'd die by the gun. You know,
Easy now.
I don't think he ever expected them to like conform to society, but I also think he didn't think they'd last forever, you know, that eventually they'd get shot, hunted down, shot by bounty hunters, or yeah, the lawmen. one job would go wrong and they'd all get killed or something. Yeah, had a very bleak sort of view of the world he was in. He just thought everybody was greedy, controlling. Yeah, it was just kind of like quite a ruthless, brutal world. And then he was doing things like the debt collecting. And this was before like he got tuberculosis, obviously, before he got tuberculosis because he got it from one of them. But yeah, he started to meet some people that he maybe thought were quite pathetic, but also didn't deserve to be treated the way he was treating them. I think a lot of people hated the debt collecting. I think everybody probably did, apart from Strauss, who had just had a very cold, you know, they chose to sign up to this, so this is on them sort of approach. Okay, I'm going to head back to Blackwater because I'm not finding anything here. So that was when he started to kind of think like, you know, those poor people, what am I doing to them? Like, why are we doing this? Yeah, like, you know, I'm just kind of spending my time beating up people who can't afford to pay me anyway. You know, what's the point? Like, why am I doing this? I think that's when he kind of started to see, or like, just began to kind of see things a little bit differently. I think he still thought the world was very cruel and unforgiving. But I think he also saw that like he was part of the problem. And then gradually he seemed to meet more and more people, you know, as things started to like spiral in the gang, and I think he started to see the new Dutch and the new way of the gang for what it was. I think he started to cross paths with genuinely good people, form the connections with them, he helped them, and I think he started to see just how much kind people out there who, you know, needed help or willing to offer help. Like, you start to see the light in the world. It's not all darkness, it's not all people exploiting other people. You know, there's people helping other people. There's people in need of help. Good, kind, innocent souls who are willing to make the world a kinder, more gentle place if they're given the chance. And I think as he crossed paths with these people, I think he started to soften a bit himself, or his views on the world started to soften. It wasn't such a dark place anymore. It was a grey place, or a place with dark and light. You know, yes, there were bad people. There was Leviticus Cornwall, you know, there was Angelo Bronte, there was like outlaws like them, there was the O'Driscolls, but then there was also Sister Calderon, and there was Charlotte, there was the Downs family. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. This is bad. I'm still in cinematic view.
Okay.
I can't swim. Shooting with like a sniper rifle. Thank gosh it was just the one. Okay. Forgot that could happen in cinematic view. That was very scary. There we go. Sorry. You are a skunk, aren't you? Good. Right, pick up. Okay, we're going straight back to Uncle before this deteriorates. I think we've got everything now, as long as the mint can... It said wild mint, and I've just got peppermint I found growing wild, so I guess that counts.
You know what to do, girl.
Okay. Right, to Uncle. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. It's a bit weird. Alright. As we all know, I think that was kind of like the flow of the game. Was it starts with Arthur's been living this outlaw life, doing bad things. Then he starts to kind of see his behaviour for what it is, and the gang's place in the world for what it is. He starts to meet genuinely good, kind people that make him realise maybe the world isn't as harsh a place as he thought. Maybe, you know, it is a mix. There are harsh, cruel people out there. But there's also so much good in the world as well, and so much worth fighting for, and so much worth protecting. And then obviously by the end, he's just a freaking saint. You know, he's just saving everybody. He's like doing all the good deeds. Like he saw his duty before to be ensuring the gang thrived. By the end, it was, you know, his duty was protecting the goodness in this world and making sure the vulnerable but good people in this world thrived. As much as he could with the power he had. It was like he broadened that circle, not just the gang anymore, but like the whole world, but like the good people in it, the people who yeah, he felt needed that protection and deserved that protection. He just wanted to see them happy and safe, like John and Abigail and Charlotte, probably Mary as well. The girls in the camp, I think he knew Sadie could handle herself, but like Tilly and Karen and Mary Beth and that as well, I think he would have done it for them too. So yeah, he was, you know, he's just looking out for everybody. And obviously that mirrored his journey of redemption. You know, he did start off doing some pretty shady stuff, but then as his view on the world changed, so did his actions. And you know, he went from being kind of this cold, ruthless outlaw. I think he always had a big heart inside, but yeah, he came across this cold, ruthless outlaw. And yeah, by the end, he was like a advocate for good and justice, and you know, he gave them the means and the money that they needed to survive. He saved people's lives. He sacrificed as much as he could. Yeah, his own money, his own possessions, his own health to see that these people were okay. I think he, you know, he knew he was dying. I think he knew, you know, there was no way out of it. It was gonna happen. And all he could decide was what to do with the time he had left. I think when he probably saw his life for what it was, he kind of saw a lot of the maybe the damage he'd done during his life, but I think the people he could have helped but didn't, you know, like his, I think he was looking at like his impact on the world. At least let me have a good gun this time. Please tell me I got the gun. Please tell me. Okay. 8. Right. You. I mean, I've never been in that situation, but I can imagine if I was told today that I had a terminal illness and only had days, weeks, not very long to live. I can easily see why somebody might look back in their life and think, what have I done with my life? How have I changed the world? Even in the smallest way, like, what has my life meant? You know, what have I done? What do I want to do with the time I've got left? That actually means something. I can see why Arthur might think that. And maybe that's what was going through his head, but I think he probably thought, you know, he's done a lot for the gang, but he hadn't really done much for the world, for the other people in it that then he came to care about. So I think he probably wanted his purpose, or his legacy, if you will, to be a better life for the people he felt deserved it. He was going to die anyway, so I think he thought, you know, I might as well give what I can to improve the lives of others who are gonna live on beyond me, you know? Knowing that John and Abigail would be happy, that yeah, he'd shielded the good in the world for as long as he could, and made up for some of the things he did, perhaps. Oh, we off again? Why is the skunk. Don't tell me it fell off when we fought those wolves. Rachel. Spice. No. Spice. Spice. I've lost my skunk. No, I had it. I had all the ingredients. Where is the skunk gone? Ugh. Why do you keep hitting me in the face? Cannot believe this. Right, Rachel, we're going to go to tall trees. I know there were some skunks up there. Bloomin' wolves. Bane of my life today. Where were they? I think they were only like here. I don't think they were very far. Yeah, I think when he got that perspective, you know, he wanted to do something good with his life. I think he wanted to leave the world a better place rather than a worse place for him having been in it. Oh, don't. No. No. Stop it. Stop it. That's just childish. I do think Arthur, deep down, was a really nice guy. I think even to begin with, even before, I know he did... Yeah, that scared you, didn't it? He's got it out for me, that one. Maybe it's Arthur coming back from... He's reincarnated into that buck we kept seeing. And he's just trying to troll John around the world now. I could see Arthur doing something like that. Yeah, I think if you think about like what Arthur was doing, even before, yeah, he did some bad stuff, but he was still doing... He wasn't doing it because he got any pleasure out of hurting people or robbing people. It was all to look after the gang. To, you know, keep his people happy and safe and fed and to give them the life they wanted. You know, it was still for quite good reasons. And I wonder sometimes if it's like going back to the sort of nature versus nurture argument. Like if Arthur had been raised by, not by Pearson, but someone who owned like a general goods store. Oh, skunk. Oh, yes, yes. Again, I don't know what his... Again, he never spoke very highly of his father, so maybe his father was a nasty bit of work. Maybe he wasn't a great influence on Arthur. If Arthur had been raised into a normal loving family, law-abiding, they owned a shop or, you know, a ranch or something very respectable, you know, how would Arthur have ended up being? Because I think his sense of duty and loyalty and that kind of selflessness he has, I think that's him. I don't think that was taught to him. I think Dutch probably reinforced that he must stay loyal to Dutch and the gang, but you know, he takes it beyond, I think, just what you can teach somebody and tell someone to do. Like, there's a genuine innate investment there that I see in Arthur to like to look after these people that he cares about. He is very caring, he's very considerate, you know, he's always looking out for people, taking Jack fishing, trying to cheer people up. You know, he's not nice all the time. He does like jab at people sometimes. He jabbed at Kieran, he jabbed at Sadie. He can be quite intimidating at times, like we saw with Jimmy Brooks. He can definitely seem very mean when he wants to. But he does have such a big heart deep down, and I think that was the real Arthur. And the stuff that he did, I would say it's probably more circumstantial. It's because he was raised in a gang of outlaws or a group of outlaws, more than the fact that I think he enjoyed robbing and killing people. You know, that was the way he was. Since he was a kid, that's how he was taught life has to be for them. So that's what he did. But I think Arthur was a really good guy. Again, this is a high honor playthrough, so who knows what would have happened in low honor playthroughs. Is that Uncle? Or was that Jack? Just saw leaving. Oh, it's Jack. It's bright out there. Do you know where Uncle is? Oh, where are you? I sound like Nigel. Where are you? I am so worried. I've seen hide nor hair of him. Oh, he's in so much trouble when I find him. Like, I've even found the dog. I found literally every being on this farm apart from Uncle.
If I could only get one of these to pull beer, I'd be a millionaire.
You'd be flat on your back halfway to market.
Yep. Yeah. Better just keep her for myself. I'll find a nice little cabin with a view, just me and my beer cow, living out our days.
I do not need to know where this
you don't gotta
fantasy
stay
is.
like that.
Sorry.
Well, I'm glad you're having yourself a jolly there.
Uncle? Of all the folks I could have run into.
Hey, you're a lucky man, John. You were blessed.
Blessed. Is that the word?
Okay, take care.
How do I get you your stuff? You need to stop milking that cow. I need to give you your things before the skunk dies. Again. Okay, good.
What is it, John?
Do I need to get the skunk off of it? Do I need to carry this dead skunk around? It did say that the thing had been updated. Maybe it is the
Leave
mint.
me to my privacy, why don't you?
Right, let's try this. I feel like it needs the actual skunk though. I hate how it does that. Nope.
That's enough foolishness.
Whiskey, milkweed, peppermint, pomade, and a skunk. I had definitely had milkweed and a skunk then. Peppermint. Oh, that was it. I couldn't find peppermint, but I could find mint growing in the wild, which may be peppermint. Could be spearmint, we don't know. Whiskey, peppermint, pomade. I didn't have any whiskey. Oh. Okay, do I have pomade? I don't even know what that would be. Yeah, pomade. Okay, I've got pomade. I think it was the whiskey. Oh, blast. It's not even like I can go to a shop and buy a dead skunk either. I frown upon stuff like that.
Fishing at all?
No.
You know, son, I love you more than I can say. Really, I do. Things I done, sacrifices I made. The only principle I always held dear is my love for you. One day I hope you can understand that. But, my God, are you a miserable little brat at times. JM. AM.
Right, let's go to Blackwater. Let's get some whiskey. Let's see if we can do it with not an actual skunk, seeing as I just stripped it off. Oh, maybe I'll go back and get another skunk. Oh, I'm such a donut. Okay, never mind. I've still got lots to talk about, so this gives me a bit more time. It's probably going to end up being a really long video at this rate. Yeah, to be honest, I think that kind of tied up what I wanted to say about Arthur. Obviously, we literally followed his story, so we know what his involvement was in the game. You know, we know he joined the gang young. We know how he would have been at the end of the game because he was there. I think he'd be really happy to see John and Abigail and Tilly and Mary Beth were well. Obviously, he cared a lot about them, and that seemed to be his final wish, was to make sure that they were all happy and safe and could live like a secure, peaceful life, and they did.
Help a blind man.
Always.
Okay, sure.
You have learned the most important lesson of all. That only one thing matters. All else is lies.
All right. Well, I'll have to take your word for it.
Okay. One thing matters and all else is lies. Love? Such a cliche. I think if he could see it all now, everything he went through, everything he endured and carried, I think for him it would be worth it to see everybody doing so well.
Howdy.
Brandy. Oh wait, did I have bourbon? Oh, I did it again. I forgot bourbon is whiskey. Such an idiot. I always forget bourbon is literally whiskey. Kentucky bourbon. Okay, I don't need whiskey. I've got whiskey. Peppermint is purchased from stables. I see. Oh. Okay. So I think the Wildman I was collecting
What are
is...
you waiting for then?
Shush. Is different from...
Morning, mister.
Hello.
There's only so much work to be done.
And where's Nigel? I'm gonna have to start running around looking for Nigel. I'd be like, Nigel! And he'll be somewhere going, Gavin! Alright, Rachel, meet me at the sheriff's office. I'll get this bounty poster. Hopefully it takes us to tall trees or something. We'll be there anyway.
How you do? I hope you're looking for another bounty, cause we're after that outlaw on the wall there.
$75 reward. Wanted dead or alive. Otis Skinner, one of the leaders of the Skinner brothers and their gang. He is wanted for murder and is suspect in several others carried out by the group. These men are desperate and have been causing mayhem throughout the state. Age, believed to be 48 years. Bushy beard with grey-blue eyes. Is quick in his movements. Last seen in the Tall Trees region. Yes. This notice takes place for all previous reward notices. Police Chief O. Dunbar, Blackwater Police Department.
Otis Skinner of the Skinner brothers. Well, well,
Oh,
well.
wait. I didn't even think
It
about that.
said they took the pelt off a pelt hunter southwest of Manzanita Post.
Well, I shall try and hold on to mine.
Very droll. In all my years of policing, I haven't encountered men such as those. Makes me wish I'd retired sometime heretofore, if I'm frank. Well, good luck and Godspeed. Say hello to that no good from me.
Right.
Hello, girl.
To the stables. It didn't even register that it's Otis Skinner brothers. So I guess he's one of the Skinner brothers, like the founding leaders of it.
Mister.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't even think to check the stables. Peppermint.
Yep.
Yay. Oh, it means a peppermint sweet, not peppermint. Like peppermint and spearmint.
Those interest you?
What do you want that for? Hey Buell, how you doing? How's it going? I might swap you out for Rachel, actually. You've been in the stable for too long. I feel bad because he was used to going out all the time. Right, let's saddle you up
I can do that again.
as well. Right, okay. Let's go get OT Boy. So yeah, not much more to say about Arthur. I think because we were there for the whole journey, there's not as much to kind of wonder about. I know I said it at the start, I'll say it again, he's probably the best main character I've ever played, the most dynamic and diverse and interesting, and the one I probably felt the most attachment to. And that really means a lot coming from me because I love to feel so immersed with the main characters that I feel like I'm them. I forget myself for a bit. I love to forget that I'm in this room just playing a game. I like to feel like I'm there, the character, seeing the world through their eyes, experiencing life through their experiences. And the closer they are to what I'm like, the easier that immersion is. And so playing like a big gruff bloke, like I can't relate to that as much, and so I normally don't like games that are kind of gender locked, because yeah, then I don't get into it as much normally. So yeah, I put off playing Red Dead Redemption 2 for a long time because I was like, oh, you have to play a guy, and I'm nothing like some big burly cowboy man, you know. I'm very glad that I did, and like I said, even considering all of that, Arthur is still the best, most immersive, most... I don't know how to put it, but like, he's the character who I've had as like the most emotional attachment to, who's meant the most to me, and I've just felt that connection with. And I think it's because he's so realistic. Like, all of the characters in this game they're so lifelike. It feels real. It doesn't feel like some made up 2D unfleshed sort of character. Yeah, and most characters aren't like that bad to that degree, but like Arthur was just next level. Alright. Keeping out for skunks, but mostly for skinners. Because they don't mess around. Oh! It's probably a good sign. I reckon that's where they're gonna be. It's going to be another investigate and then get jumped, isn't it? Oh no. Okay. Oh no! They have a dog! Oh, I'm sorry. I don't like this at all! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! No, you're the... No, I don't want to kill you. I want to capture you alive. I want your alive body. Oh yeah, I've got these bows. I respect that. Okay, this is pretty heated. Right, you're... Oh, there's a head there. Oh, there's more. Oh, this is horrible. Right. Okay, you can die. You're not him. Right, you can also die. Where are you? Peekaboo. You can die. Okay, now I think we're just left with him. Oh, I had to kill a dog. I didn't like that. is he?
What happened here? Quick!
Is he doing a runner?
They came for Otis!
Oi! What happened to all that tough talk?
Here, have the knife, you cur!
Don't shank me. Stop it. Hold on. So you can play that game. I miss stabbing people.
Skinner brother has been open alive!
Right. Oh no, hold on. This isn't ending well for me. Okay. Yeah, it does. Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna cut your balls off.
I'd rather you didn't.
That's dirty.
Right, okay. You were a lot of work, mister.
You know how much you're gonna make me, Mr. Skinner?
It won't be worth what I'm gonna do to you.
Skinner.
Guess we'll see about that.
If any of you have not watched Hot Fuzz,
let's see what you
watch
got
Hot
in
Fuzz.
here. Get on there.
You're such a beautiful horse.
This ain't over, mister. Not by a long shot. You ain't out of the woods yet.
I literally am.
Not even nearly. Oh, damn you. You're going to die, friend. Die!
We're here to rescue you!
Oh.
He's got Otis! Faster! You're not risking that bounty! You're caught, bounty!
Hold on, Beal. Oh.
We'll keep chasing you! You're as hard as a beaver shit!
I don't know what he said, but I heard something like something as hard as a beaver shit.
I hope that wasn't your only rescue party.
Pride cometh before the fall, and you're going to fall, all right.
Hold on, let me have a snack. I have to listen to you talk. I don't want to do it on an empty stomach.
Oh, hush now.
You can't see them, but they're here. They're watching you. And when it's time, it's gonna be quick, and it's gonna be messy. You think you're on top, but you'll be begging me, mister. Begging me!
Let's use our inside voice.
Who overcomes by force hath overcome but half his foe. You can stop me, all right, but not what I started. No one shall be safe. No one shall find shelter from the storm that's brewing. Your roads ain't safe. Your beds ain't safe. Your wives, your daughters, your sons, your fathers. The slaughter is only just begun.
Yeah, I guess I'll settle down one of these days.
Got town crier here.
Don't you want to be free, huh? You're a slave to those people. They give you gold. You give them bodies. You're a dog. A servant. Peon. A wretch. Nothing. You're nothing. You're nobody.
Look out. I got Otis Skinner here for you.
God damn, get him in the cell already.
Ain't this a charming little jailhouse? I'll be comfortable enough. Ah!
God damn. God damn. I got your bounty money here.
Viva la glitch is fixed.
I'll take it.
You should know there has been a cessation in the issuance of bounties in Blackwater. Apparently we have the budget to build a city, but not to protect one.
It's cool that they, like, in character and fitting in with the story, they let you know there's going to be no more bounty missions.
Hello there.
Right, let's go find a skunk. I was going to check the gravestones. It's my brilliant pastime. I was also told to check, was it, I swear it was Blackwater. Was it Saint Denis? I did want to check Saint Denis. I was told to check somewhere for, was it something to do with Dutch? But I wanted, why did I want to check here? I was looking for Mac Davey, wasn't I? Oh, where's all the writing on them? Elijah Liggins, killed by gunshot. I didn't know she was married. Colonel Thurston Pope, a hero and inspiration to us all, came to his death by the accidental discharge of his gun. He shot himself to death by accident. Delilah Gaskell. Mary Beth Gaskell? Hold on, I think I'm going to sneeze. Bless me. Was it Mary Beth's surname Gaskell? Wake me if something interesting happens. Oh boy, I want that on my gravestone. I think that might be it. Oh, okay, so we didn't really know anyone apart from possibly Delilah Gaskell. One of these graves could potentially be Mac, we don't know. I think that one there with the wooden cross was Elias. And I'll start talking about Kieran. I don't think these two will take too long, the last two. So Kieran, my second top person. So just to bullet point it, I think he had a happy, very young childhood. Then his parents both died, I believe, of cholera. He ended up working at some stables, which I think is where he gained his experience with horses and his love for them. But I don't think it ended up too well there. I don't know what happened, if he wasn't treated well or got kicked out. And eventually he fell in with the O'Driscolls, who treated him horribly. And I think just basically made him run around doing all like the proper low-level horrible work no one else wanted to do. I think he had just enough of a taste of good life when he was really little to know what he didn't have all the years that followed after that, and I think he probably just wanted a nice peaceful life. Yeah, I think he just wanted a life where he was safe, secure, happy, and just didn't have to deal with like the grief that he'd been given all these years in various forms. I think he just wanted, yeah, nice, simple, peaceful, happy life. I would argue that Kieran was the most gentle member of the gang, the most peaceful. I think even Tilly and Mary Beth was pretty gentle, but I think even they probably had more ferocity in them than Kieran. He was such a sweet, gentle soul. I think I said it before and I'll say it again. He wouldn't say boo to a goose. Even at the very start when we were chasing him through the grizzlies. I don't know if he was armed or not, but you know, he was asking, he was leaning back as he was like trying to run away from us, and he was begging Arthur to just leave him alone, that he wasn't a threat, that he wasn't part of the O'Driscolls. He just wanted Arthur to leave him alone. He didn't try and shoot Arthur. You know, he wasn't swearing or being like vicious or anything. He was like, yeah, leave me alone. You're like, I'm no threat, just let me go, sort of thing. Yeah, I just don't think he has a bad bone in his body. He did withhold like the information about the O'Driscolls at first. When he was like, obviously we did capture him in the end. We tied him up, we tortured him. We weren't very nice to him. Even though I don't remember him being like really rude. Like, I consider myself quite a peaceful, mellow person, but even I think would be losing my temper a bit at that. I probably would have sworn and said some pretty horrible things by that point. Partly because I'm hungry and I don't deal with being hungry very well. But yeah, I remember him like begging us for food, or like, yeah, like really sweetly talking about like the food that was around camp. But I don't remember him sort of being rude or vicious, or like when we capture bounties, the whole way back they're all like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna cut out your tongue and stuff it down your throat, and I'm gonna send my boys after you and you'll die slowly. And you know, they're tied up and they can't do anything, but they're pretty vicious still. And Kieran was tied up and couldn't do anything, but he was like, please can I have some food? But he didn't tell us. He obviously did know about 6 Point Cabin, and he didn't tell us that at first. So yeah, it's not that he was like always really helpful to us or always really loyal to us, but if you think about it, he's just served in like, he's been made to work and serve this group of really horrible people who've not treated him very well at all, and he's just been kidnapped by a group of thugs who seem just the same and aren't treating him very well at all. So why would he give us information when we just seem like more of the same? He knows that if he gives us information, the O'Driscolls will probably kill him. They'll probably kill him just because he got taken and they think he may have given us information. So I think when he was kidnapped, really just what was going through his head, what his priority was probably just self-preservation. No option looked good for him, but it was probably which option is the one least likely to get me killed. He knew we'd probably end up killing him if he talked to us. We'd probably end up killing him if he didn't talk to us, but he was probably just hoping that maybe he'd be able to buy enough time to escape, or maybe the O'Driscolls would come and get him back so he couldn't say anything. I don't know. He didn't know much anyway, because he wasn't like in the on the council meetings of the O'Driscolls. He obviously kept his silence until Bill pulled out the tongs. And then I think his choice to prioritize self-preservation changed pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't imagine that was a nice thing to be faced with. He made the best choice he could, but he was kind of between a rock and a hard place, you know? Oh, skunk. Like, is he gonna lose his manhood? And not tell us and like lose it imminently, or probably lose his life soon after, but at least not quite in that moment. Hopefully not as painfully. Okay. I don't think he ever considered himself an O'Driscoll, though. I don't think he was doing it out of positive loyalty for the O'Driscolls, or loyalty in general. He might have been, you know, maybe he just didn't want to be a snitch. Maybe he knew it wasn't the right thing to do, was to give up information as soon as he got captured. But I don't think he had any love for the O'Driscolls at all. I don't think for one moment while he was there he felt part of their gang. He was there because he had to be there, but I think emotionally he was entirely separate from that gang. I don't think he shared their values, their visions, their goals. I think, you know, he just needed to be there to live, to get by. Right, here we go hunting for Uncle again. Where is he? There he is.
Hi, Abigail.
Hello, old man.
No, Uncle.
Old man?
Buenos dias.
Can I give you the request?
I thought I already had a child to look after.
Well, you weren't doing so well with him, so God gave you a second chance.
Two children now.
All right, John.
I can't give you a request. Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to get the skunk. Hello, Jack. Is it on this side? Sorry, Buell. Okay, let's get the skunk. What are you gonna do with a skunk? I don't want to know. Where did he go? Did he go outside? Went this way. Did he go into the kitchen? Damn it, he was just here. I finally had him. What's that exclamation mark? What's the betting he's upstairs right above me? And that's why that's showing on the map. Oh, I can't climb the stairs with the skunk though. Oh, okay. Can't drop the skunk in the house either. Why has Uncle always got to make things so difficult? Stop, I bet you're sleeping as well. It's gonna be ages. I'm gonna stand here and just camp and just wait for him to come out of the room. And then I'm gonna pounce on him. I did notice that Kieran always like sat by himself, like away from people. Obviously to begin with he was tied to a tree, so the placement wasn't really his choice. I remember how sad I felt after that when, you know, we all had our beds or our roll mats to sleep in, but he would just sleep against his rock in Horseshoe Overlook. I really hoped that we'd be able to, with the camp upgrades, like maybe give him a bed, or maybe kind of like how his clothes changed, like he'd get a bed somewhere. I can't remember where he actually ended up sleeping, in Clemens Point and Shady Bell. I know he chose that spot on the night of Jack's celebration party when we got him back. He chose to sleep on the floor by the front door. Yeah, just hardwood floor, and he was curled up asleep, snoring, I think. It just felt like he never got his place. I know he wasn't a very accepted member of the gang. Yeah, like a lot of people, I think even to the very end, a lot of people were calling him an O'Driscoll, or like just didn't seem to be letting him become a part of the gang. But I think over time, a lot of people, like, I can understand it to begin with. I was straight away like, he's one of us, he's one of our family. But I think a lot of people I can kind of see, given their relationship with the O'Driscolls, this outsider who we'd captured and tortured was now in our gang. Like, a lot of people might have thought he'd be, like... A lot of people probably thought he'd be, like, gathering information on us, or was going to betray us, or... Yeah, just didn't want him to let him get too close, which I understand. But even Bill and that seemed to be getting a bit, like, kinder to Kieran in his own Bill way. Yeah, like trying to force him to drink alcohol and stuff. Yeah, and I remember we had that fishing trip, and he was like, you know, stop calling me an O'Driscoll. If anything, I'm a Vanderland, you know, I'm one of you. And I think people were slowly starting to get used to him and everything. He still kept himself away from people, and I don't know if that was because he, maybe given like the sort of lonely life he'd had since childhood, maybe he just preferred to kind of keep his distance from people, or maybe it was more the way people were treating him as an outsider. He kind of kept his distance, and I noticed at Jack's party we were all gathered together, like shoulder to shoulder, yeah, sat beside, like around the fire singing songs, and Kieran was like a part of the celebration, which was really heartwarming to see him join in. You know, he had a bottle and he was singing along and like, or like cheering, and just seemed really like a part of the celebration and the mood and the atmosphere. But even then, he was stood ages back, like almost like in the shadows, kind of like being a part of it from far away. It was like he still didn't feel like he could come and sit at the fire with us and literally be like with us as a family celebrating. He kind of still felt like separate from us, or like he wasn't welcome among us. So yeah, I always felt a bit bad that he was kind of so ostracized from the group, even later on. Whether that was his choice or because of our actions, I'm not sure. In the same way, I kind of wonder, I think him working at the stables is probably why he ended up working with the horses, and he was so good at it. Like, he was even making them like the salves and stuff, wasn't he? He was polishing saddles and all sorts. I don't know if that's just because of his experience working at the stables when he was younger, or if it was because, again, maybe, I don't know, he doesn't like to get close to people, or maybe he didn't feel welcome to get close to us as people. So maybe, you know, he found better companionship with the animals instead. So, you know, he felt more, maybe he felt more at home among the horses, who didn't judge him, who didn't call him names and tease him and, yeah, make him feel like an outsider. Whereas the rest of the gang, he didn't really get that treatment. So I don't know if maybe it's just him as a person. He prefers the company of animals to people. I get it. I live with 3 animals, no people. So I definitely understand that. But yeah, it could also have just been, you know, he had that was how he could make himself useful, because he had that past experience, perhaps. I feel like I don't want to leave you looking at just a still screen, but I think Uncle is like properly asleep, and I don't know how long this skunk has got. Honestly, I just want to throw it through his window. It's the morning! Oh, no wonder he's been sleeping. Why haven't I been sleeping? Okay, hopefully he'll be awake soon then. He loved working with horses, and I think there was a genuine passion there as well. I don't think it was just because of his previous work experience. I think he really quite enjoyed working with the horses. He loved fishing, we know that. I think his dad taught him to fish. It was one of his only memories, I think. Or like one of his fond memories before his whole life fell apart for decades. I think he used to go fishing with his dad. Which was really sweet that he still has that to hold on to from when his parents were alive. When he was drinking at Jack's party, and obviously he stood a bit back, he'd been drinking and Arthur was talking to him, and I think that's the first time I ever heard him talk to Arthur like a complete equal. Like, he was normally quite intimidated by Arthur, because Arthur would always like play on it and wind him up and, you know, threatened to kill him and stuff. But I think after he had a bit of liquid courage in him, oh, I thought Abigail was just walking around with like a full-on rifle. I was like, have I done something wrong? Did she find the photos? She was like, what do you think would have happened if, like, you know, I'd never joined the gang and we just met at 6 Point Cabin? And then Arthur was like, well, one of us would probably have killed the other person. Yeah, they were like having this really nice, equal one-on-one chat, and I remember thinking, like, this is so nice that he's like, it's like character development, even though he was drunk. So maybe it would have been different if he was sober. Uncle's on the move.
You gonna carry that around till Christmas?
I know, right? No, Uncle, no. Oi!
It ain't a pet if it's dead. Jesus.
It's for you!
Good morning.
Why can't I give you the request? Uncle, I waited all night.
This all to your liking then?
The ranch? Oh, of course not. It's a dump. Well, at the moment, at least.
I'll keep working then, if only to please you.
I'll let you get on with it, John.
Why can't I give it to him? Why? Please, I've been carrying a dead skunk around all night. Don't make it be for nothing. Does it need to be...
For Pete's sake, John.
Does it need to be on the horse? Oh! I put it back on Buell. Yes,
okay,
we did it.
Here's the stuff you asked for. It was a real hassle finding all this.
Oh, thank God. Thank you, John. You made an itchy old man very happy.
Yeah, well, you owe me one.
Yeah, I think it was such a shame that the whole way through, from like Horseshoe Overlook to Clemens Point, Kieran had been really worried about the O'Driscolls finding him. They obviously, after what happened at 6 Point Cabin, after the gang went there and killed all the O'Driscolls, immediately after having taken Kieran, the O'Driscolls would obviously know that Kieran had told them, and hold him responsible. So Kieran was understandably very worried, and yeah, was constantly living in fear of them snatching him or showing up in camp and riding off with him. So, you know, he loved fishing and stuff, but I think he still didn't leave the group. He was too afraid to go on his own, which is why I think he went with Arthur at Clemens Point. And then we got to Shady Belle. I never really saw him leave the camp then either. And I don't know, because it happened, you know, off camera, we never got to see them actually take Kieran. I don't know if, because he was drunk that night, I saw him drink and go to bed and sleep. And that was the last time I saw him. And I've looked it up since, and that is the night he was taken. He was taken sometime in the night, I think, after Jack's party. And I don't know if because he was drunk, maybe he woke up and then went for a walk. And then left the camp and got taken, or if the O'Driscolls came into the camp, which I think I said at the time I don't like that idea of them sending like a couple of people in sneakily just to snatch him away, like spirit him away from the group. I also don't know how they knew where we were, because if our location was that obvious, the Pinkertons would have strutted in any time. I think, you know, it'd be understandable for people to know what area we were in roughly, if, you know, if we'd been seen around that area, but to know our actual camp, I don't know. Hello. Hi. But they must have known where we were roughly before they took Kieran. They either came into camp and took Kieran from camp. I don't think Kieran would have, like, after being drunk and waking up in the middle of the night, I don't think he would have got on a horse and ridden all the way to, like, the Heartlands where the O'Driscolls hung out. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he wanted to go and give them a piece of his mind and, you know, kind of clear the air. I don't think he would have done that though. So yeah, I don't think he told them where we were. I think even if he was going to give up information, he would have told them, you know, he would have tried to not tell them anything if he could help it, but we saw the manner in which he came back into camp. And as I said before, I hate this thought, I really hate it, but I think Holm held him accountable for what happened at 6 Point Cabin. They lost a lot of O'Driscolls because of what Kieran did. They had no love for Kieran even before, let alone after he told us that. You know, Kieran was nothing to them. And I think Holm probably, yeah, wanted information on us, but also wanted to set an example of what happens to people who betray him. Or, like, you know, the whole snitches get stitches kind of thing. Yeah, so I think he probably did that to Kieran while Kieran was alive.
Can you believe it, John? We actually did it.
Yeah, we did.
It's been a rocky road, and we've still got a long way to go, but I think we'll make it.
I know we will. I got a good feeling about it.
Yeah, which I hate the thought of, like, them, because I think he had, like, his eyes gored out and stuff, like, the amount of pain and suffering Kieran was probably put through. I can't, and I don't even want to imagine. But I bet you he lasted, like, as long as he could. Obviously, everyone has their limits. But I bet you he did everything he could to try and keep quiet, because I think he did, although he was always a bit of an outcast, I think he genuinely did care about our gang. Once he kind of saw what we were really like, he probably saw we're not like the O'Driscolls and we've got good people. I think he genuinely liked Mary Beth. Again, I know people have told me that they were, like, secretly a couple. I don't know to what extent they were, yeah, interested in each other, but I did hear him kind of say to Mary Beth, "Oh, you're really pretty" and stuff, and it was so cute, so wholesome. Yeah, so I don't think he would have wanted to, you know, I don't think he would have batted an eyelid about putting Bill or someone in danger, but I think knowing, like, Mary Beth, even Arthur to an extent, I think he was scared of him, but, you know, he didn't dislike him. I don't think he would have wanted to put them in danger, and I think he would have held out for as long as he could, even with the stuff that Colm and the O'Driscolls are probably doing to him. I don't know how long they had Kieran either, like, in terms of the story and, like, canon, because I take so long riding around exploring and stuff. For me, they probably had him for, like, a month. But yeah, I don't know if it wasn't the player's choice. I don't know how long he was being tortured with them for. At the end of the story, I honestly don't know what Kieran would have done. I've been thinking about it, and I'm really quite stuck for what Kieran would have chosen to do. I think, you know, he does believe in what's right. Oh, can I not? There we go. I think Kieran, you know, he does have a good moral compass. You know, he does believe in standing up for what's right and everything, but he's not a fighter. I know he could use a gun because he did shoot the guy at 6 Point Cabin who was going to kill Arthur. So I know that he could shoot, but I don't think he was like a fighter by nature. I don't know how good a fighter he would be. Oh, hello.
I'll give you a trim if you want. Tidy up those girlish locks of yours.
I know who's shoveling shit tomorrow.
Oh, you are colder than hell on a stoker's holiday, John Marston.
On one hand, I can see him standing by Arthur. Again, I don't think, like, Javier, definitely not Bill, probably not Dutch. Definitely not Micah, I don't think. I don't think he had any love for any of them. I think he would have no qualms being on the opposing side to them. I don't know if he really cared much for John, but I think Arthur, although he was a bit intimidated by him, I think he did genuinely like Arthur. Yeah, so I think he would have wanted to stand with Arthur. But I also just don't know if he was the kind of person to... Like, if he picked a side, I'm convinced he would have picked Arthur's. But I don't know if he was enough of, like, a confrontational person, or would be invested enough to stay with Arthur. Especially if him and Mary Beth did have a thing. Like, I feel like he would have possibly left with Mary Beth. I think he's got a strong sense of justice and what's right, and you know, he does seem to be a really kind-hearted, good guy, but yeah. So were some of the others, and I just, like Tilly and Mary Beth and stuff, I don't know if he would have left with them and not fought at all, or if he would have wanted to do everything he could to, you know, do the right thing and everything like Charles or somebody would. I don't know. I really don't. I'm swaying a little bit more towards him leaving. Just because I know that although he was kind and loyal and yeah, a really good guy, he did have a very strong survival instinct. Like, you know, he endured all the torture and everything. He wanted to kind of keep alive. If you think about everything he's been through, he's always been trying to survive and keep alive. Nope, not happening. Nice try. And obviously he's never been faced with a situation quite like this before. But yeah, I feel like maybe his want for a peaceful life, his hope for possibly a future with Mary Beth, if there was that much of a thing between them, and yeah, and his sort of will to stay alive would have been more strong, I think, than staying with Arthur, especially knowing that Arthur would probably die anyway. But I'd love to hear what you think. I know I always say that, but I genuinely really want to know. Do you think that he would have, if he'd lived to that point, do you think he would have stayed with Arthur? Do you think, like I said with Hosea, he'd try and go for like some sort of diplomatic approach? Do you think he would have fled in the night, or like, you know, left the camp with the others? Do you think he would have maybe, like Sadie, kind of tried to get other people to safety? Not to get away from it himself, but just to make sure that they get there okay, as like a protector. What do you think he would have done? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. And then we have Shaun, number 1 on my list, Shaun Maguire. It's definitely influenced by the fact he's Irish, I'm not gonna lie. I cannot deny that accent. It's just my weakness. It's my kryptonite, the Irish accent. Oh, I need to give milk a cow. I don't know why Shaun joined the gang, but I feel like he was a really good fit in the gang. I remember we found, at Clemens Point, we found that letter about his dad, I believe it was. He seemed to be, I don't know what came before the IRA, but he seemed to be part of like the Forerunners, the group, like the rebel fighter group that came before the IRA. If I recall, and my history is terrible, so please forgive me for everything I'm about to say.
I just remember that night that fancy Dan from the old country tried to slip out on you without paying.
That must have been there 10 years ago.
You twisted his balls so tight he's screeching like a plucked jaybird.
You know, it always was the fellas with the most money who like paying the least.
Oh, yeah. Ain't that the truth?
See, now I get it. Now I understand. So yeah, I think it was, you know, the English, the Empire invaders. I don't know to what point they'd colonized it or were still trying to colonize it, and then the people fighting back, trying to kick the English or the British Empire out. And I think his dad was part of that group. You know, who didn't want the oppression, who didn't want the colonization, and were trying to fight for their country, for their freedom, and then were labelled as like terrorists and stuff for doing so. I can't remember what he did, but I remember he did some pretty shady stuff. As part of that role, was therefore wanted by the English for what he'd done. And I think he fled to America as like a safe haven. And this was explained to me. The US, or at least some of the US, maybe all of it, was like harboring these people who are fleeing conviction or being hunted down by the Empire for stuff like this. You know, what was it? An enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. So I think he fled here to the US to get away from them, and I think he was like in hiding and stuff. Don't take anything I've just said as factual, please. Whether it's like actual history or just what happened in the game, my memory is so hazy. But yeah, it was something along those lines. His dad was, depending on which side you were on, either a terrorist or a freedom fighter. But either way, he was a wanted man who was on the run from the people trying to hunt him down. I don't know at what point he had Shaun. I don't know where Shaun's mother was in the picture, if she was in the picture, or if he was raised just by his dad. But I definitely saw a lot of that fight in Shaun. That rebelliousness, that like will to fight back at like the system, oppression. I definitely saw that fire in Shaun, that fighter in Shaun, that I imagine his father had. And again, it could be like I said with Micah, where, you know, his father was one way and raised him to be the same. And maybe it was, you know, that way with Shaun. His dad raised him to be like, you know, you need to fight for your freedom, fight for what you believe in. Don't let them take over. Don't let them oppress you and stuff. And maybe Shaun like grew up with that fire in him. He was a risk taker. He was brave, reckless. He wasn't afraid of a fight. It seemed to get him fired up, actually, whereas most people would be like, oh, this is getting dangerous, I'm in danger. He was like, yeah, bring it on, let's go. Yeah, which I didn't know why. Like, I'm even talking about it, I'm smiling loads. I found that so charming, I guess. Just that passion he has and that life he has in him. I don't know why, but I just found it so addictive to be around.
You ready, boy?
Obviously, we never met his dad. I don't know what his dad was like, but I'm guessing... Oh, hello. Hi. Hey. Where are you? What are you doing? Someone's doing zoomies around the house. Oh, Jesus Christ. What are you doing? What are you like? So yeah, we don't know what Shaun's dad was like, but I don't know why, when I read that letter, that's how I imagined his dad to be like, and obviously, yeah, he's very much like that himself. Hey! You're in such a mood! Oh, there's another bounty poster in Saint Denis. What the hell? I'll go on to view mode. So to Arthur, he was like this mischievous, carefree little brother who like would wind him up and banter with him and call him names, you know, like an annoying little brother does. So he'd call him English, and I remember saying before, like, it always confused me because I didn't think Arthur was English. So, but then, like we were saying about Trelawney saying he's from Cornwall, they keep saying they're from these places that they're not literally from, but they mean their heritage comes from there. So they weren't born in these places, but somewhere in their line of ancestry, that's where their family came from. So I don't know if maybe Arthur's like ancestors came from England. What a few of you have said is maybe given the history that his father had, fighting against the English and fighting against the British Empire, maybe English was a bit of an insult. It's like, you know, the English, the enemies. So yeah, in the comments, some people have said maybe it was just a wind-up word because English to him were like the enemy or like a bad group of people from his family's history. So maybe calling him the English, it was like a taunting word. A lot of people have said because his name was Arthur, like, you know, King Arthur, like very famous Arthurian legends and very famous English folk legends and stuff. So maybe because he's got like a name that was like British, I assume. Yeah, maybe like jabbing at him for that. But yeah, I never quite understood that, and I've had quite a few mixed comments, so I'm not sure if anybody definitively knows. But there's some really good theories out there from what you guys have mentioned that kind of helped me understand it a bit anyway. I don't know how old Shaun was. I think he definitely seemed younger than Arthur, and I think Arthur did say he was like an annoying little brother. So I think he was definitely younger. He also had that like fearlessness and that I don't think he felt like he was invincible, but I feel like Shaun wasn't afraid of dying. But I think if he was gonna die, you know, he wanted to go down yelling and kicking and fighting, and you know, I think if he was going to die, you know, he wanted to go down swinging. He wanted to go down taking as many of the others, like, of them down as he could, making as much of a scene. Yeah, I think, he just wanted to... I think he was quite happy having this wildfire life of, like, burning short and bright if need be, like, living life to the fullest, you know, daring to do, like, the dangerous stuff, and, fighting for what he believed in. And he didn't care about the risk. I don't think he cared about dying. But on that note, I think if he'd have known how he died, I think he would have been quite disappointed, because he was the first to get shot and he didn't get to take anyone down with him. He didn't get to kill anybody. To put it this way, his kill to death ratio was not great. He had 1 death to 0 kills in that fight, and I don't think he would have wanted that. Such a weird way to put it. I am really surprised actually that they chose to take him out first, because if I recall, it was Bill, Micah, Shaun and Arthur. And if you don't know them at all, they're just walking down the street together. Shaun was probably the most physically small looking of all of us, probably the most slender, the youngest looking. In terms of experience, I think Shaun was probably the least experienced. I don't know how much that would have shown, and I don't know how easily the lawmen and the Greys would have been able to spot it. But in terms of how they hold themselves, I mean, Shaun seemed very confident, even though he wasn't necessarily as experienced and seasoned as the rest of them. But I don't know, maybe how ready they were to grab their gun at any second, how much they were looking around and registering everything going on around them. I feel like if people could spot those signs, again, Shaun would have been the last choice. If it was a physical strength thing, probably would have gone for Bill or Micah first. Yeah, I just feel like in every way, Shaun was probably the least threatening looking of the lot. The only thing I can think of is we were all walking down the street towards the sheriff's office or wherever we were going, and in front of, it looked weirdly empty, but in front of us, we didn't see people on the rooftops pointing guns at us. We would have clocked that pretty quickly. So I imagine as we passed down the street, once we'd passed where they were, then they would have crept up and taken aim. And maybe because I remember Shaun walking up ahead a few paces ahead, and Arthur said, "This doesn't feel right." And then I think Shaun turned around and said, "Oh no shit," and turned around. So maybe they panicked because they didn't expect anyone to turn around and look behind us. But even then, they didn't have to shoot Shaun. They just had to, if they felt like their cover was about to be blown, they could have shot anyone. So yeah, I feel like they would have gone for Arthur or Micah or Bill and not really bothered with Shaun. Any of us would have died to a bullet to the head. Yeah, well, quite possibly it could have been that because there were so many of them, maybe gunman 1, 2, 3 and 4 were each taking a different person, and the person who had Shaun maybe just panicked and it just happened to be him who pulled the trigger. Possibly. But imagine if it had been Arthur. What a short story that would be.
Posters are stuck where they always are, sir.
Yeah, that would have been a much shorter game if it ended halfway through what it actually ended up being. Anthony the Foremans? He is the former leader of the Foreman Brothers gang, the ones that took Tilly, and is of dark complexion. Foreman was under sentence for robbery, pandering, and blackmail, and made his escape. He is known for violent behaviour and has been spotted in many of the establishments throughout Saint-Denis slums, including the tavern. The above reward is offered by the authority of B. Lambert, Saint-Denis Police Department, and will be paid for the recapture of said party. My god, Tilly lives here now. And Anthony Foreman is on the loose in Saint-Denis? Yeah, we are absolutely getting him.
Anthony Foreman, check that saloon in the slum for him. He might have a bounty on his head, but you'd hardly know it. Carries on about his business in the less salubrious parts of town, knowing the law won't dare to come looking.
Is it that you can't go into the slums to get Foreman? Or you won't?
That's a mighty forward line of inquiry. Slum dwellers can't be helped, sir, so we're not gonna try.
That's not the attitude.
As a matter of fact, I heard about this fella years ago. What more can you tell me of him then?
He's a panderer, a thief, a cheat, a braggart, somewhat of a hero to a few mistaken fools. Simply put, the man is just bad for society.
Society? Well, it's what you make it.
What's pandering? Because all I'm thinking of is pandas, and I don't think it's got anything to do with pandas. I'm not 100% sure what Shaun would have done at the end. Like, if he'd survived, say he wasn't the first one to get killed. If he'd have lived until Beaver Hollow in Chapter 6 and everything, I think he would have stuck with Arthur.
Your money, mister! Now!
Oi!
Hey! Leave that man be!
I won't forget this!
You right?
Oh, thank you, mister.
Well.
Here, have this for my gratitude.
No.
Please.
Ah, keep it. You be careful now.
Saint Denis breeds sickness.
Well, there's no need
So
to
much for the
stereotype. Spies! I don't know who he would have been more loyal to, but he was a smart guy. I don't think he would have been like the others where he was like blindly loyal and, you know, they'd made their choice and they stuck with it. I feel like he was very fond of Arthur. I mean, he was pretty reckless himself, so I feel like where everyone else was like, no, Dutch, this plan is crazy. This is going to get us all killed. This is madness. I feel like Shaun may have been a bit more up for it. He didn't like being left behind on missions. And like I said, he wasn't afraid of dying. I think he was afraid of like not living, maybe, like not living life to his fullest, but I don't think he feared death. Or danger or anything. So yeah, I feel like he probably would have been more up for all the crazy plans Dutch had. But I think at the very end, when it came to picking sides... Oh, that's that writing. This is apparently to do with the vampires. I drink from the maiden and live again in the dead, the heart of the ring of blood. So I thought that was like just some sort of cult thing or something to do with this building, but apparently that's something to do with the vampires. And there's more of them I need to find. He is more reckless and wild and chaotic, so maybe would have gone along with Dutch a bit more just because he was cool with that kind of thing. But he was smart. Despite all the banter, he was fond of Arthur. And I think, yeah, with like Mrs. Grimshaw getting shot, and them all having their guns at each other, I think he would have, my guess is he would have like very boldly stood, very cockily stood with Arthur, picked his side, and then yeah, seen it through to the end. Probably would have gone down swinging with Arthur, but yeah. Right, let's go and see Foreman. Can't believe he's right here.
Hey, you! What you looking for?
Hey, could you help me find an Anthony Foreman?
Anthony Foreman?
There we go.
Nice goddamn. I don't recollect that name. I tried. Hey, where you going?
Oh, of course it's gonna
trip me. Hey,
they're all in on it. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Stealing horses again.
Here we go.
Sorry. I feel like I meant to steal you though.
What the hell's your problem?
Crap. I think I ran the wrong way. Oh no. Oh no.
Damn it.
God damn it. Buell! Can't let him get away. Right, okay. Right, we've got him now. Buell, you're super fast, right? Is that him? Oh, he's running super slow. Come on, dude.
You're coming off that.
I could have run after you at that speed. Are you riding a donkey?
How do you like that?
Stop wriggling. Praise yourself lucky I want you alive.
Oh, I'm lucky, all right. Real lucky. What gives you the right?
Anything you want me to hold on to?
Let go of me.
Come on. The chief wants to see you.
I wonder if this is the one that you guys wanted me to see. Like, that other one was cool, but...
Hey, I think you knew a friend of mine. Tilly Jackson.
Tilly Jackson? I ain't heard that name in a time. Hey, you're not the... No, he was bigger. Look, if you're with that other friend of hers, I promised to stay away, and I did. Don't bring me in because of Tilly Jackson. Things is long settled between us.
But I ain't bringing you in for Tilly Jackson. I'm bringing you in because they're paying me.
And we're not killing you. Just sending you to jail.
If my cousin was still here, you wouldn't have got me. I wouldn't have had to hide out in no slum, avoiding no bounty. When he got killed and we lost them other boys at Ladley's house, that's when things went sour. The Foremans ain't been quite so much since then.
Yeah, but before he was ages away. Now he's literally in the same city as Tilly. Imagine if she just saw him walking down the street one day. Like, that would...
Is that a bottle with me?
That would ruin her day. And then some. Poor Tilly. After everything she went through, and you're like haunting her in the same town.
I got traveling to do. I want no part of that.
What do you keep hearing outside? What's
Here's
going
the
on?
station. I'm guessing you ain't on this side of town much.
I wouldn't piss on these people if they were burning.
Anthony Foreman. He ain't society's problem no more. He's yours.
Well, good to meet you finally, sir. I hope you find our accommodation suitable. Cell's back there.
Sit down. Get comfortable.
I ain't going anywhere.
Well, you gonna want a hot bath after taking that trip through the slums.
Actually, I like the slums, but I'm gonna need a hot bath after coming. Gracious of you.
Well said,
Well, I
John.
hope my men can do as good a job on these outlaws as you have. The rest around here are being made by deputies from now on. No more bounties in Saint-Denis, I'm afraid.
No worries. Yeah, he's so rude about the slums. Yeah, I think that was the one everyone wanted me to do. The other one was cool, but I didn't really know the guy. It was just like a cool setup to go to the fort and have to take on the Gatling gun and everything. But obviously that had that extra special thing about it because it was him. It was the Foreman brother. Right. I'm gonna head back to the ranch now. I think I've done a lot of talking. This is the last like big talking episode. So yeah, I'll finish my ride back as I just finish up talking about Shaun, and then I think I'll sign off because it's 4 in the morning and I need to get some sleep and some food. I'm pretty hungry. So yeah, I think my guess would have been that he would stay to fight because I don't know what else he would have wanted to do, like where else he would have wanted to go. I said about Kieran, like maybe because he liked Mary Beth, maybe that would be his incentive to leave. Like John had Abigail and Jack, but like Shaun, I don't know what his relationship with Karen was. But from comments recently, I was kind of given a bit of a better idea, and I think Karen genuinely liked him, but it sounds like maybe he was having a good time with her. but he saw her as only a good time and not like as anybody he wanted to like actually have a solid relationship with. Possibly that was somebody's take on it. Was, you know, Karen was already drinking. She obviously drank a lot heavier after Shaun died. But yeah, possibly she really did love Shaun and wanted Shaun to really love her back. And, you know, Shaun would sleep with her because it was fun to sleep with her, but like wasn't that emotionally invested in her as a person or interested in like pursuing a relationship kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I can't see him leaving to like be with Karen. And I don't really know, you know, who else he was super close with, who would mean more to him than staying to be part of this fight. But I know he loves the adrenaline. He has a massive case of FOMO, which for those of you who don't know is fear of missing out. So when something's happening, they have to be a part of it. They have to know what's going on. They don't like being the one who's left out. I feel like Shaun has a lot of FOMO. I feel like he wants to be where the action is. He wants to be where the fight is. You know, whatever danger that involves, he doesn't care as long as he's a part of it. He's there in the middle of the action. Like we saw it on the mission where we took that massive tank of oil to the railway line and then took on that train. He was like, oh, you guys were going to go without me, weren't you? And, you know, I'm inviting myself along, basically. And that was when he said, like, oh, Arthur said I could come. And I was like, what? Yeah, I liked him. He was very funny. I liked him because he was very funny as well. He was cheeky, but really funny. But yeah, so I think he hated missing out. I don't think he would have been one to run away to save himself and avoid, like, the pinnacle bit of the action. Even if it was just for that, like, adrenaline and involvement, more than anything else. I think he definitely would have been there for that. I think also, you know, he isn't totally heartless, and I think he would have wanted to, you know, stand by Arthur as well. He was like an annoying little brother to Arthur, and Arthur was probably like a super grumpy big brother to him, but he was still a brother to him a little bit, so I feel like he would have wanted to stick with him. So yeah, that's my thought on him at the end. But again, I'm not 100% sure, so let me know if you've got any other ideas or thoughts on it. So he was my #1 favourite character. But I have been told since I picked my like favourites that Shaun was apparently a really big bully to Kieran when Kieran was tied up. Apparently when Kieran was tied up and couldn't defend himself, couldn't even like deflect the blows, apparently in some people's playthroughs they've seen Shaun punching Kieran. And that definitely, if I'd have seen that in my playthrough, that definitely would have affected how I felt about Shaun. I never saw anything like that in my playthrough, so to me, Shaun is just this happy, nice, like, carefree, happy-go-lucky Irish guy. But obviously, that's going to be the case, it's just that I wasn't around to see it. So yeah, in this playthrough, in Chapter 2, at Horseshoe Overlook,
That's my boy. Hungry?
I wasn't around camp as often, so I missed a lot of the early interactions, like when Kieran was tied up. I'm gonna be paying a lot more attention when I go back and do this Lowwanna playthrough soon. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep an eye out for stuff like that, because obviously my whole opinion of people could change if I see like other sides to them that I never got to see in the first playthrough. So yeah, it's I did hold Shaun in very high esteem, and in this playthrough, in this instance, he was a lovely guy, but in other people's games he's not so lovely. Hello?
How you been?
Fine.
You know, John, maybe I don't tell you enough, but thank you.
Thank you.
For this place.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it?
It's better than okay. It's bliss. Having you and Jack and a home. You have no idea.
That's where you're wrong. I understand. Really. I do.
I know.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
You stay safe now.
Yep. All right.
Oh, you guys. You're all just so sweet. So yeah. In this playthrough, he's been my #1 favourite character. I absolutely love Shaun. But who knows, my opinions of people could very much change in my next playthrough when I see other sides of them. I can see the dark side of Shaun, and I didn't pick Shaun as #1 knowing that he was doing stuff like that when I wasn't around. So yeah, I do not like bullying at all, and I absolutely adore Kieran, and oh, my favourite 2 people, and one of them is beating the other one up. I'm very disappointed in him, very disappointed. Look at me, I'm stood here like with my hands on my hips. I just need a good finger wag now. So yeah, unfortunately we missed the mammoth bones that I found. And what else did I do? I went back to the graves and stuff. We didn't really miss too much. I think I missed some cool loot where I got that bird claw talon. We missed me discovering the mammoth skeleton. Me running around jibber-jabbering a bit and finding the graves for the first time. No, just Davies actually. But yeah, you didn't miss too much, and I redid some of it as well, so yeah. But since then, we've done loads of bounties today. How many bounties have we even done? I'm glad it ended on that Foreman brother one as well. That was cool, like for it to go full circle. And yeah, like I don't know if he's gonna get like killed or anything, but hopefully he at least just serves his sentence for the things he did. You know, it was nice of Arthur to sort of let him go, and yeah, at the time that felt like the right decision, but at the end of the day, Arthur's not judge and jury. It's probably not just Tilly he's wronged, so it's not just her choice. If I recall, I think Tilly was like, let him go, it's over, and Mrs. Grimshaw was like, no, slit his throat. I think bloodthirsty, scary Mrs. Grimshaw was the one trying to get us to kill him. But yeah, even if he just serves his time, then, you know, some justice is done, not just to Tilly, but to the other people whose lives he's worsened. So yeah, it was a cool ending, like going back to the Foreman brothers, and hopefully Tilly will feel safer knowing he's behind bars, maybe even going to get killed, but you know, not by her hands or her decision. Yeah. It's been a good session. It's been my last super long talky session. So yeah, I've got some more questions that I've been asked in the comments, but I'll address those next time because I think they work quite well together, and I'll save my voice a little bit today. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this session. I'd love to know your thoughts on the characters I've mentioned as always. Again, it's okay if you don't agree with the order that I've done mine in, or even the things I've said about the characters. It's purely my take, from my perspective, from my playthrough. And as I said about Shaun, there's so much I haven't seen or don't know about with these characters. I'm making judgments on them and guesses on them based on only a bit of what some of you know. So yeah, if you don't agree with what I've said, that's totally fine. But I would love to hear your thoughts, whether you agree or disagree. I'd love to see all the different angles and stuff, so please do let me know. We really are getting into the last episode or two. I believe by the time this is public on YouTube, you've probably only got one episode left of me to actually record, because it's a week ahead on Patreon. So yeah, anything you want me to cover or discover, let me know now, because very soon I think we're going to be going on to my Low Honor playthrough, and yeah, then I'll just be pretty kind of beelining it through the story and then hanging out in camp a lot, but not really doing so much exploration or talking. So you'll be pleased to know. Anyway, as always, thank you guys so much for joining me. I've had a blast as usual, and take care of yourselves, and I'll see you next Sunday for more Red Dead Redemption 2. Take care until then. Speak to you soon. Bye bye.